Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I spent nearly 3 decades working for the National Park Service, moving through assignments in Colorado, Montana, and finally Louisiana. That final posting in 2019 at age 54 was supposed to be my wind-down assignment before retirement. I was named deputy director of a sprawling sector in one of Louisiana's most remote national parks. A place I won't name directly, though veteran Park Service employees could probably identify it from context. My sector encompassed roughly 40,000 acres of some of the most impenetrable wilderness in the American South. Mile after mile of dense hardwood forest, punctuated by occasional clearings where we maintained campgrounds and hiking trails. The terrain was unforgiving. Thick understory that could swallow a person whole, cypress swamps that stretched beyond sight, and a network of waterways that seemed to shift and change with each heavy rain. The heat was oppressive, even in October when I first arrived. The humidity clung to everything like a wet blanket, making even simple tasks exhausting. But it was the silence that unnerved me most. In Colorado, you had wind through the pines, wildlife calls echoing off mountain faces. Here, the forest seemed to absorb sound, creating pockets of absolute quiet that felt unnatural. My predecessor, a grizzled man named Boudreau, who'd worked the area for 15 years, spent 2 weeks showing me the ropes before his retirement. He was a man of few words, but what he did say carried weight. On our final day together, as we stood at the edge of what locals called the deep country, a particularly dense section of forest that stretched for miles without a single trail, he turned to me with an expression I'll never forget. "You'll hear stories," he said, his weathered face serious in the dying light. "Some of them might seem like backwoods nonsense, but this land..." He paused, looking out into the darkening trees. "This land remembers things. Things that happened long before any of us were born. You'd do well to listen to those stories, even if you don't believe them." I thought he was just being dramatic, the way old-timers sometimes get when they're passing on responsibilities. I wish I'd paid more attention to the fear in his eyes. The staff under my supervision was a mix of seasonal workers and lifers. Most were locals who'd grown up in the parishes surrounding the park. They knew the land in ways that no amount of training could teach. Which plants would cut you if you brushed against them, which waterways were safe to cross, where the ground looked solid but would swallow you up to your waist in mud. During my first month, I threw myself into learning every inch of my sector. I hiked the marked trails, memorized the campground layouts, and studied topographical maps until I could navigate by memory. But even after weeks of exploration, there were vast areas that remained mysteries. The deep country, in particular, seemed to resist mapping. Satellite imagery showed an unbroken canopy of green, but ground-level exploration revealed a maze of game trails, fallen trees, and water features that didn't appear on any official documentation. It was during these early reconnaissance missions that I first heard whispers about places in the forest that the staff avoided. They never called them dangerous outright, but there were certain areas where conversations would grow quiet, where even the most experienced rangers would find reasons to turn back early. The stories began filtering in during my second month, usually during the quiet evening hours when the day staff had gone home and the skeleton night crew was settling in. The park maintained a small ranger station at the edge of my sector, a modest building that served as headquarters for our operations. On particularly slow nights, when the weather kept campers away, the conversation would inevitably drift toward the peculiarities of our corner of Louisiana. Jerome Thibodeau, one of my senior rangers and a third-generation local, was the first to mention what he called the old troubles. Jerome was in his early 40s, a solid man with calloused hands and the kind of practical knowledge that comes from living on the same land your whole life. He wasn't given to flights of fancy, which made his stories all the more unsettling. "My granddaddy used to work these woods when they were still privately owned," Jerome told me one evening as rain drummed against the station windows. "Back in the 70s, before the federal government bought up all this land, He was part of a logging crew that would come in during the winter months when the ground was harder and they could get equipment back into the deep areas. Jerome leaned back in his chair, his coffee growing cold as he spoke. Granddaddy said there were places where the trees would grow different, twisted up, like they were in pain. The other loggers, they had names for those spots, called them sick ground. They'd mark them on their maps and work around them, even if it meant leaving good timber standing. I pressed for details, my curiosity overriding my skepticism. Sick how? Disease, soil contamination. That's what Granddaddy thought at first. But the state agricultural people came out to test the soil in some of those areas back in the early 80s. Found nothing wrong with it. Rich, fertile ground, perfect for growing. But nothing would grow right there. Even today, if you know what to look for, you can spot those places. The trees are stunted, the undergrowth is sparse, and the animals won't go near them. Other staff members had their own stories. Maria Santos, a young biologist working on a temporary research assignment, mentioned finding animal remains in configurations that didn't make sense. Bone circles, she called them, describing deer skeletons arranged in perfect rings in small clearings deep in the forest. The bones were always clean, stripped of flesh but showing no signs of predation or scavenging. It's probably some kind of cultural practice, she admitted. Maybe hunters or locals who use those areas for ceremonies. But I've lived in Louisiana my whole life, and I've never seen anything like it. The arrangements are too precise, too deliberate, and they're always in the same areas where Jerome's grandfather marked those twisted trees. The most disturbing story came from Dwayne Boudreau, the nephew of my predecessor. Dwayne had been working the park for only 2 years, but he'd grown up hunting and fishing these woods with his uncle. He was barely 25, with the kind of enthusiasm that experience hadn't yet tempered, but even he spoke in hushed tones about certain areas of the forest. There's places where the sound don't carry right, he explained during a late-night conversation in December 2019. You can be talking to someone standing 10 feet away and they can't hear you, but you can hear things from miles off, clear as if they were right next to you. Voices mostly. Times crying. Uncle Boudreau taught me to stay away from those spots. When I asked what kind of voices, Dwayne's face went pale. Children mostly. Always children. But here's the thing. They're speaking French. Not the Cajun French you hear around here, but Old French. The kind they might have spoken 200 years ago. I only know because my grandmother spoke it, and she taught me some when I was little. These accounts accumulated over the winter months, creating a picture of a landscape marked by inexplicable phenomena. What struck me most was the consistency of the stories. Different people, from different backgrounds, all describing similar anomalies in overlapping geographical areas. As a man trained in scientific observation and logical analysis, I found myself caught between skepticism and growing unease. The breakthrough came in early 2020, when Jerome brought me a collection of old parish records he'd found in his family's papers. The documents dated back to the 1920s and 1930s, when the state of Louisiana was conducting land surveys in preparation for potential federal acquisition. The surveys included detailed notes about geographical anomalies and unsuitable terrain in areas that corresponded exactly to the locations my staff had been describing. The parish records Jerome shared with me painted a picture of systematic documentation stretching back nearly a century. Louisiana state surveyors in the 1920s had been meticulous in their work, creating detailed maps and reports as they evaluated privately held lands for potential federal acquisition. What I found in those yellowed documents was a pattern of notations that made my stomach turn. Survey team after survey team had marked the same areas as unsuitable for development or geologically unstable, despite soil samples that showed no obvious problems. More telling were the personal notes scribbled in margins, comments like, "Crew refuses to work this section," and "Recommend winter survey only," and most disturbing, "Local guides will not enter after dark." But it was a single notation, buried in a 1931 survey report, that connected these modern observations to something much older. The surveyor, a man named Hébert Broussard, had written, "Local informants report this area was site of Thibodaux Plantation, destroyed circa 1847. Recommend historical research before final acquisition recommendations." That name, Thibodaux, sent me digging through the Parish Historical Society records. What I found there was a story that had been largely forgotten by official history, but lived on in the collective memory of local families. The Thibodaux plantation had been established in the 1790s by Émile Thibodaux, a French immigrant who'd been granted nearly 8,000 acres in recognition of services to the colonial government. The land grant encompassed what was now the heart of my sector, including those areas where modern park staff reported the strangest phenomena. Émile had built his fortune on sugarcane, using enslaved labor to clear the dense forest and establish vast fields. But according to the historical records, his relationship with the local Choctaw tribe had been contentious from the beginning. The tribe claimed that Émile's land grant included a sacred site, a natural spring they called Itahuma, which they believed was a gateway to the spirit world. The Choctaw had tried to negotiate with Émile, offering to trade other lands for the preservation of the spring site. But Émile had refused, viewing their spiritual beliefs as primitive superstition. He'd built his main house directly over the spring, incorporating it into an elaborate garden feature that became the centerpiece of his estate. What followed was a pattern of escalating tensions that played out over decades. The enslaved people working the plantation, many of whom came from African spiritual traditions that recognized the power of such places, began reporting supernatural occurrences around the spring. Children would disappear for hours or days, only to be found wandering the forest with no memory of where they'd been. Tools would be found arranged in strange patterns around the property. Livestock would refuse to drink from the spring water, even during drought conditions. Émile's response was to crack down harder on what he saw as superstitious behavior among his workers. He forbade gatherings, outlawed spiritual practices, and implemented harsh punishments for anyone caught near the spring after dark. But the phenomena only intensified. The historical records become fragmented after 1840, but what emerges is a picture of a plantation in decline. Crop yields dropped despite favorable weather. Workers began dying from diseases that physicians couldn't identify. Émile himself was said to have become increasingly paranoid and violent, convinced that his workers were practicing witchcraft against him. The end came in September 1847, according to a report filed with the parish sheriff by Celeste Thibodaux, Émile's 19-year-old daughter. She'd stumbled into a neighboring plantation just before dawn, covered in soot and blood, claiming that the enslaved people had risen up during the night and murdered her entire family. But when a militia company arrived at the Thibodaux plantation later that day, they found something that didn't match Celeste's account. The main house had been burned to the ground, but so had the slave quarters. The fields had been systematically destroyed, with crops uprooted and scattered. Most strange of all, someone had taken enormous effort to fill in the sacred spring, dumping tons of earth, stones, and debris into what had once been clear, flowing water. The bodies of Émile Thibodaux, his wife, and his 2 sons were never found. Neither were the bodies of the 93 enslaved people who had lived and worked on the plantation. The official report concluded that the enslaved population had killed the family, burned the buildings, and fled into the wilderness. But local observers noted that fleeing slaves would hardly have taken the time to destroy their own living quarters or to undertake the massive project of filling in the spring. Celeste's testimony was the only first-hand account of what had happened that night, but even that was problematic. She described being awakened by screaming and finding her family's bodies in their beds, throats cut. But when questioned more closely, she couldn't explain how she'd escaped when the rest of her family had been killed in their sleep. She couldn't explain why the slave quarters had been burned along with the main house, and she couldn't, or wouldn't, explain why she'd been found covered in ashes that forensic examination showed came from multiple fires. Within 6 months, Celeste had died under mysterious circumstances, reportedly found drowned in a shallow creek less than 2 miles from where she'd been living with relatives. The official cause of death was listed as accidental drowning, but witnesses reported that her body showed signs of violence inconsistent with a simple drowning. The more I researched the Thibodaux plantation tragedy, the more convinced I became that the official record had been deliberately sanitized. Too many details didn't add up. Too many witness accounts had been dismissed or ignored. And too many of the surviving documents showed signs of deliberate omission. Pages torn out, sections blacked out with ink, entire witness statements missing from files that should have contained them. I spent weeks combing through archives in 3 different parishes, piecing together fragments of the real story. What emerged was far more disturbing than a simple slave rebellion. The evidence pointed to something that had driven both the enslaved population and their enslavers to acts of desperate violence. A letter from Father Benedict Robichaud, the Catholic priest who had served the plantation community, surfaced in the archives of a diocese in New Orleans. Written just 2 weeks before the tragedy, it described conditions at the Thibodaux plantation that were, in his words, an affront to God and nature. Father Robichaud wrote, "I have visited this place 3 times in as many months, called to perform last rites for members of both the family and their workers. Each time I have found conditions that defy explanation. The master of the house speaks of voices calling to him from beneath the earth. The enslaved people cross themselves when they speak of the spring water, claiming it runs red at night. I have seen with my own eyes children who age years in the span of days, and others who seem to forget their own names." The priest's letter continued. "Yesterday, I was summoned to bless a newborn child, but when I arrived, the mother showed me an infant that appeared to be months old, with teeth already showing and eyes that tracked movement like those of an adult. When I questioned her, she insisted the child had been born only hours before. Master Thibodaux claims his workers are practicing dark magic, but I fear the evil in this place runs deeper than human sin." Even more disturbing was a diary entry I found in the personal papers of Dr. Alphonse Guidry, a physician who had been called to the plantation multiple times in the months leading up to the tragedy. His notes, written in a mixture of French and English, described medical conditions that seemed to progress in impossible ways. The Thibodaux boy, age 7, shows signs of premature aging that cannot be explained by any known disease. Guidry wrote in August 1847, "His hair has turned white, his skin is wrinkled like that of an elderly man, and he speaks of memories that predate his birth. His mother insists he was a normal child until he began playing near the spring. She begs me to help him, but I confess I have no treatment for such an affliction." Another entry, dated just days before the massacre, was even more alarming. "I have now treated 17 individuals from this plantation for conditions that have no name in medical science. Workers speak of time moving differently in certain areas of the property. They claim to have worked full days in the fields, only to return to quarters where their families insist they have been gone for weeks. Master Thibodaux himself appears to have aged a decade in the past month, though he cannot account for the time." These accounts painted a picture of a place where the normal rules of reality had begun to break down. But it was a single document, found in the personal effects of Celeste Thibodaux and donated to the Historical Society by a distant relative, that revealed what might have really happened on that September night in 1847. Celeste's diary, written in a mixture of French and English like many documents of the period, chronicled the final weeks of the plantation in devastating detail. Her entries described a household descending into madness, where family members would disappear for hours only to reappear with no memory of where they'd been. She wrote of workers who aged years overnight, of livestock that gave birth to stillborn animals with human-like features, and of a spring that seemed to whisper her name when she passed it after dark. The final entry, dated September 15, 1847, the day before the massacre, was barely legible, written in what appeared to be a shaking hand. "The ground beneath the house moves at night. Papa says it is the foundation settling, but I know better. Something is trying to come up from below. The workers know it too. They have stopped trying to run away. They gather around the spring at night, chanting in languages I do not recognize. but I understand what they are doing. They are trying to send it back down. The entry continued. Mama has not spoken in 3 days. She sits by her window, staring at the spring, moving her lips like she is speaking to someone I cannot see. Jean-Baptiste found baby Claude floating face down in the kitchen wash basin this morning, but Claude was in his cradle, alive and breathing. We buried the floating baby behind the carriage house, but tonight I saw it crawling across the gallery, leaving wet handprints on the wooden floor. The final lines were the most chilling. I know what must be done. The Choctaw were right. Some places are not meant for the living. Tomorrow night, when the moon is dark, we will make our choice. Better to destroy everything than to let this evil spread beyond our borders. God forgive us for what we have awakened. God forgive us for what we must do to stop it. Reading those words in the quiet of my office, surrounded by modern maps and contemporary reports, I felt a terror that went beyond rational fear. This wasn't just an historical curiosity anymore. The places described in these old documents were places I walked every day. The spring that had driven the Thibodeau family to destruction was somewhere in the heart of my sector, buried under nearly 2 centuries of earth and debris, but perhaps not as dormant as everyone assumed. In March 2020, just as the COVID-19 pandemic was beginning to reshape every aspect of American life, I received a call that would change everything. The caller identified himself as Dr. Vincent Arsenault, a professor of Louisiana history at one of the state universities. He spoke with the measured cadence of an academic, but I could hear an underlying excitement in his voice that suggested this was more than routine scholarly inquiry. I've been researching the Thibodeau plantation for the better part of 3 years, Dr. Arsenault explained. I believe I've located the exact site of the original settlement, including the spring that figured so prominently in the historical accounts. I'd like permission to conduct a limited archaeological survey in your sector. Under normal circumstances, such requests required months of paperwork and bureaucratic review. But the pandemic had disrupted normal procedures, and frankly, I was intrigued by the possibility of finally locating a place that had become central to my understanding of the area's history. Dr. Arsenault seemed legitimate. He provided detailed references, university credentials, and a research proposal that demonstrated impressive knowledge of local history. What convinced me to fast-track his request was his methodology. Rather than relying on old maps or traditional archaeological techniques, Dr. Arsenault had been using satellite imagery analysis, combined with ground-penetrating radar surveys, to identify subsurface anomalies in the forest. He'd found what he believed was a spring-fed water source that had been artificially filled, surrounded by geometric patterns that suggested human habitation from the appropriate time period. The satellite data shows clear evidence of deliberate land modification, he explained during our phone conversation. There's a roughly circular area about 2 acres in diameter where the forest canopy is noticeably different. The trees are younger, suggesting the area was cleared and later reforested. But more importantly, there are linear features beneath the surface that appear to be foundation remains. Dr. Arsenault sent me his preliminary findings, and I had to admit they were compelling. The location he'd identified was deep in the forest, far from any marked trails, in an area that my staff had always described as somehow off, but never explored thoroughly. When I compared his coordinates to the spots where Jerome's grandfather had marked sick ground and where modern staff reported strange phenomena, they aligned with disturbing precision. The professor arrived in early April 2020, accompanied by his wife, Dr. Simone Arsenault, who was an expert in soil chemistry and environmental analysis. They were both in their early 50s, soft-spoken academics who seemed utterly unprepared for the physical demands of deep forest exploration. But their enthusiasm was infectious, and their equipment was impressive. Ground-penetrating radar units, soil analysis kits, and photographic equipment that cost more than most people's cars. I spent 2 days with them, hiking into the target area and helping them establish a base camp. The location they'd identified was exactly where I'd expected it to be, based on my research into the historical documents. It was a small clearing, perhaps 50 yards across, where the trees grew in an almost perfect circle around a slightly raised mound of earth. What struck me immediately was the silence. In most areas of the forest, you could hear birds, insects, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. But in this clearing, the quiet was absolute. Even our voices seemed muted, as if the air itself was absorbing sound. Dr. Arsenault was ecstatic. His ground-penetrating radar immediately identified the subsurface features he detected in his satellite analysis, linear patterns that almost certainly represented building foundations, and a circular anomaly at the center of the clearing that he was convinced was the filled spring. "This is it," he told his wife as they set up their equipment. "This is definitely the site. Look at these readings. There's a void space about 12 feet down, probably a natural cave system that fed the spring. And these linear features match the description of the plantation house layout from the insurance records." I left them to their work, planning to return in 3 days to check on their progress. They had enough supplies for a week-long survey, satellite phones for emergency communication, and detailed maps showing the route back to the nearest park road. Dr. Arsenault assured me they'd conducted dozens of similar expeditions and were experienced wilderness researchers. That was the last time anyone saw them alive. When I returned to check on them 3 days later, I found their campsite exactly as they'd left it. Their tent was properly erected, their equipment was neatly organized, their food supplies were untouched. But there was no sign of the researchers themselves. Their ground-penetrating radar unit was still running, displaying subsurface readings that showed they'd been making significant progress in mapping the underground features. Most disturbing was what they'd already uncovered. Using hand tools and careful excavation techniques, they'd exposed what was clearly the foundation of a large building. The stonework was consistent with 19th century construction, and they'd found artifacts, pottery shards, metal implements, fragments of glass, that dated to the appropriate time period. But it was the condition of their excavation that made my hands shake as I examined their work. They'd been digging methodically, following archaeological protocols, creating careful grids and documenting everything they found. But their most recent work showed signs of frantic, almost desperate digging. Tools were scattered around the site, soil was piled in hasty mounds, and their neat excavation grids had been abandoned in favor of what looked like panicked tunneling. At the center of their dig site, they'd partially exposed what was unmistakably a stone-lined well or spring opening. The stonework was more elaborate than the foundation remains, carved with symbols that didn't look European. Someone, presumably the Arsenaults, had cleared debris from the opening, revealing dark water about 6 feet down. I called their names, hoping they'd simply wandered off to explore other parts of the site. But the forest remained silent. I checked their tent, finding their personal belongings undisturbed but discovering something that made my blood run cold. Dr. Simone Arsenault's field notebook was open on their camp table, her final entry barely legible. "Vincent has been talking to the water for 2 hours. He says it's speaking to him in French, telling him about the children who were thrown down here. I can't hear anything, but he's becoming agitated. The soil samples we took yesterday show impossible mineral concentrations, elements that shouldn't exist in this environment. Something is very wrong with this place. We should leave, but Vincent won't stop digging. He says we're close to finding them." The entry ended there, the pen trailing off the page as if she'd been interrupted mid-sentence. I immediately contacted park headquarters and local law enforcement, reporting the Arsenaults as missing persons. Within 6 hours, a search and rescue operation was underway, involving park rangers, parish sheriff's deputies, and volunteer search teams from neighboring communities. The coordination was impressive, with search dogs, helicopter support, and experienced trackers combing every inch of the forest surrounding the excavation site. For 5 days, teams searched in expanding circles from the abandoned campsite. They found no footprints leading away from the area, no signs of struggle, no indication that the couple had packed up their equipment or planned to leave. The search dogs, typically reliable in dense forest conditions, seemed confused and agitated near the excavation site, refusing to work in the immediate area and whimpering when handlers tried to force them closer to the exposed spring. The investigation revealed several disturbing details that didn't make it into the official reports. The Arsenault satellite phone showed no outgoing calls after their second day at the site, but the call log revealed something strange. Their phone had registered 17 incoming calls during their final night, all from the same number. When investigators tried to trace that number, they found it had been disconnected for over 30 years. It had belonged to a payphone at a gas station that had been demolished in 1989. More puzzling was the condition of their photographic equipment. Dr. Arsenault had been documenting their excavation with a high-end digital camera, taking hundreds of photos of their finds and the excavation process. But when investigators examined the camera's memory card, they found that all photos taken after the second day had been corrupted. The files were still there, showing correct dates and timestamps, but every image was either completely black or showed abstract patterns of light that resembled nothing in the natural world. The only functioning photograph from their final day was a single image that Dr. Simone Arsenault had taken with her phone, apparently just before making her final journal entry. The photo showed her husband standing at the edge of the exposed spring, leaning down as if listening intently to something. His expression was one of rapt attention, almost childlike wonder, but his eyes reflected an intensity that seemed barely human. What made the photo truly disturbing was what appeared in the background. The image showed the stone-lined spring opening, but the water level was much higher than I'd observed when I found the abandoned campsite. The water appeared to be moving, creating ripples and patterns that suggested something large was moving beneath the surface. Enhancement of the digital image revealed what looked like pale shapes floating just below the waterline. Shapes that were roughly human in size and configuration. The official search was called off after a week, when it became clear that the couple had simply vanished without leaving any trail that search teams could follow. The case was handed over to state police investigators, who spent another month interviewing university colleagues, examining financial records, and exploring the possibility that the Arsenaults had staged their own disappearance for unknown reasons. But I knew they hadn't walked away from that excavation site. Something had happened to them in that clearing, something connected to the spring they'd uncovered and the history they'd been so eager to unearth. The evidence was subtle but undeniable. The frantic digging, the corrupted photographs, the mysterious phone calls, and most of all, the complete absence of any trail leading away from the site. In the months that followed, I found myself returning to the excavation site repeatedly, drawn by a combination of professional responsibility and personal obsession. The area had been officially closed to the public, marked with warning signs about unstable ground conditions. But I had legitimate reasons to check on the site, to ensure that the exposed archaeological features weren't attracting unauthorized visitors or causing environmental damage. Each visit revealed new details that deepened my unease. The exposed spring, which had contained dark water when I first found the abandoned campsite, was now completely dry. The water level had dropped steadily over the weeks following the Arsenaults' disappearance, until only damp stones remained at the bottom of the 8-foot-deep opening. More disturbing was what the receding water had revealed. The bottom of the spring was littered with objects that had clearly been there for decades or centuries. I could see metal implements, pottery fragments, and what appeared to be personal items, combs, jewelry, children's toys. But I couldn't bring myself to climb down into the opening to examine them more closely. Something about the spring itself radiated a sense of wrongness that made my skin crawl. The surrounding forest was changing too. Trees near the excavation site began showing signs of disease or stress, yellowing leaves, dead branches, bark that peeled away to reveal pale, sickly wood underneath. Animals avoided the area entirely. Even insects seemed scarce, creating an unnatural silence that made every footstep sound unnaturally loud. Most unsettling were the changes in the excavated foundations. The Arsenaults had carefully exposed the stone foundation of what had clearly been a substantial building, probably the main house of the Thibodaux plantation. But over the months following their disappearance, the exposed stonework began to shift and settle, revealing details that hadn't been visible during their initial excavation. Carved into the foundation stones were symbols that didn't match any architectural tradition I recognized. They weren't decorative elements. They were deliberate markings, etched deep into the stone and filled with a dark substance that might have been tar or pitch. The symbols appeared to be some kind of writing, but not in any language I could identify. They had the angular, geometric quality of very old script, possibly predating European settlement of the area. By winter 2020, I had to face the fact that the Arsenault excavation site had become my obsession. I was visiting it weekly, sometimes more often, always finding new details that demanded explanation. I started bringing a camera, documenting the changes I observed, building a photographic record of what was happening to the site over time. It was during one of these winter visits that I made a discovery that would haunt me for months to come. On a cold February morning in 2021, I was hiking one of the established trails about 2 miles from the excavation site when I noticed something unusual hanging from a branch about 8 feet off the ground. At first glance, it appeared to be some kind of equipment that a hiker had accidentally left behind, but as I got closer, I realized it was a camera, an expensive-looking film camera suspended from the branch by its leather strap. The camera was positioned deliberately, not tangled in the branches as if it had been thrown or dropped. Someone had carefully placed it there, at a height that would require climbing to retrieve it, in a spot where it would be visible to anyone walking the trail but not easily accessible. The leather strap showed no signs of weathering, suggesting it hadn't been there long, but the camera itself was an older model, the kind that serious photographers still preferred for certain types of work. I left it there initially, assuming the owner would return for it. The trail where I found it was moderately popular, used by day hikers and nature photographers who appreciated the old-growth forest and occasional wildlife sightings. It wasn't unusual for visitors to cache equipment while exploring off-trail areas, planning to retrieve it on their way back to the parking area. But when I returned 3 days later, the camera was still hanging there, unchanged. Park policy required us to collect abandoned property after a reasonable waiting period, so I climbed up and retrieved it, planning to tag it for the lost and found at the ranger station. The camera was a professional-grade 35mm model, probably worth several $100s, with a partially exposed roll of film still inside. The camera body showed signs of recent use. The metal was clean, the lens was free of dust, and the film advance lever moved smoothly. Whoever owned it was clearly an experienced photographer who took good care of their equipment. I stored the camera in our lost and found cabinet, where it sat for nearly 8 months while we waited for someone to claim it. Park visitors occasionally asked about lost items, but no one ever inquired about the camera. By late 2021, it had become just another unclaimed item gathering dust on our shelves. It was Jerome who suggested we develop the film. During a slow December evening, as we were going through old lost and found items to make room for new arrivals, he picked up the camera and shook it gently. "Still got film in it," he observed. "Might be vacation pictures or something. Could help us figure out who it belongs to." The idea made sense. If the photographs showed identifiable people or locations, we might be able to track down the owner through social media or local photography groups. Jerome knew a guy in town who still developed film for the few photographers who preferred it to digital imaging, and the cost would be minimal. 2 weeks later, Jerome returned with a packet of developed photographs and a confused expression on his weathered face. "You need to see these," he said, spreading the photos across my desk. "I can't make sense of what they're showing." The first few photographs appeared normal enough. Shots of the forest taken from various angles, focusing on specific trees, clearings, and natural features. The photographer had clearly been documenting a particular area, moving systematically through the landscape and recording everything they observed. The technical quality was excellent, with good composition and proper exposure that indicated real skill with the camera. But as I examined the photos more carefully, I began to recognize the locations they depicted. These weren't random forest scenes. They were all taken in the area around the excavation site where the Arsenaults had disappeared. The photographer had documented the same clearing, the same circle of unusually spaced trees, the same slightly raised mound where the couple had been digging. The middle section of photos showed the excavation in progress. I could see carefully dug trenches, exposed foundation stones, and excavation tools scattered around the site. But these weren't photos of the Arsenault dig site as I remembered it. The excavation shown in the photos was more extensive, more sophisticated, with wooden scaffolding and equipment that the missing couple had never possessed. Most disturbing was the human figure visible in several of the photographs. A man in his 50s, wearing work clothes and a broad-brimmed hat, was shown pointing at various features of the excavation, examining artifacts, and posing next to exposed sections of the foundation. His face was clearly visible, and I recognized him immediately. It was Dr. Vincent Arsenault, the missing professor. But that was impossible. These photos had been taken with film, using a camera that I'd found hanging in a tree nearly a year after the Arsenault's disappearance. Film photography required time for development, and the photos showed Dr. Arsenault engaged in excavation work that was far more advanced than anything he'd accomplished during his brief time at the site. The final section of photographs was where things became truly inexplicable. The images showed Dr. Arsenault standing near what appeared to be a fully restored 19th century plantation house, complete with whitewashed walls, broad galleries, and elaborate gardens. He was pointing at architectural details, examining decorative elements, and posing in front of various sections of the building as if giving a guided tour. But there was no plantation house at the excavation site. There never had been. Not in my lifetime, or in the lifetime of anyone I'd spoken with. The Thibodaux mansion had been destroyed in 1847, burned to the ground and never rebuilt. The site contained nothing but forest and the foundation stones that the Arsenaults had partially exposed during their ill-fated excavation. As I continued examining the photos, they became increasingly overexposed, as if the camera had been malfunctioning, or the film had been damaged by light. The final images were almost completely white, showing only faint shadows and indistinct shapes that might have been buildings, people, or simply artifacts of the photographic process. Jerome stood quietly while I studied the photographs, his expression troubled. Finally, he broke the silence. "That's the missing professor, isn't it? The one who disappeared at the dig site?" I nodded, unable to trust my voice to remain steady. "So how did he take pictures with a camera we found a year later? And what's that building he's standing next to? There ain't no building like that anywhere in the park." Those were the questions that would haunt me through the winter of 2021 and into the following spring. I had physical evidence, photographs developed from film, showing a missing person engaged in activities that seemed to have taken place after his disappearance, in locations that didn't exist in any objective reality I could verify. The rational explanations were limited and unsatisfying. The photos could have been faked, but the film development process made sophisticated forgery extremely difficult. The camera could have belonged to someone else who happened to resemble Dr. Arsenault, but the facial features were unmistakably his. The building in the photos could have been located somewhere else entirely, but the background landscape matched the excavation site exactly. I was left with the inescapable conclusion that these photographs documented something that couldn't have happened, taken by someone who shouldn't have been able to take them, showing places and events that existed outside the normal flow of time and space. In the months following the discovery of those impossible photographs, I found myself drawn deeper into an investigation that was slowly destroying my rational worldview. I'd spent 3 decades as a park ranger, trained in scientific observation and logical analysis. But the evidence I was uncovering challenged everything I thought I understood about reality. I began visiting the excavation site almost daily, armed with surveying equipment, cameras, and soil analysis tools. My official reports described routine monitoring of an archaeological site, but my real purpose was to understand what had happened to the Arsenaults and why their disappearance had been documented in photographs that shouldn't exist. The changes at the site were accelerating. The exposed foundation stones had shifted dramatically over the winter, settling into configurations that revealed the complete outline of a large building. But more than that, new stonework was appearing, not being uncovered by erosion or natural processes, but literally materializing in the ground as if the earth itself was reconstructing the original structure. By spring 2022, Nearly 2 years after the Arsenault's disappearance, the Foundation had become a maze of interconnected chambers and passages that descended much deeper than any 19th century building should have required. Using a flashlight and rope, I explored the upper levels of what had become an underground complex, finding rooms that contained furniture, personal belongings, and artifacts that appeared to be from the 1840s, but showed no signs of age or decay. In what had clearly been a parlor or sitting room, I found a daguerreotype photograph in a silver frame, showing a family group posed in front of an elaborate mansion. The faces in the photograph were those of the Thibodeau family, based on descriptions I'd found in historical documents. But the mansion in the background was the same building that appeared in the impossible photographs of Dr. Arsenault. The dining room contained a table set for a formal meal, with china, crystal, and silver that looked as if it had been polished that morning. The food on the plates was fresh, still warm, as if the diners had just stepped away and would return momentarily. But dust covered everything equally, suggesting the room had been undisturbed for decades. Most disturbing was the children's nursery on the upper level of the Foundation complex. The room contained toys, clothing, and furniture appropriate for several children of different ages. But the toys were arranged in patterns that seemed deliberately symbolic. Dolls positioned in circles, blocks stacked in precise geometric shapes, toy soldiers arranged in formations that created complex designs when viewed from above. On the nursery wall, someone had painted a mural depicting the forest surrounding the plantation. But the forest in the mural was alive in ways that the real forest never was. Trees had faces in their bark, animals watched from the shadows with human eyes, and children played games among the roots and branches. At the center of the mural was the spring, but instead of water, it contained what appeared to be stars, as if it were a window into infinite space. It was in this nursery that I found Dr. Simone Arsenault's field notebook, the same notebook I'd seen at their abandoned campsite nearly 2 years earlier. But now it contained dozens of additional pages, filled with handwriting that matched hers perfectly, but described experiences that couldn't have happened after her disappearance. The final entries were dated months after the couple had vanished. Day 127. Vincent has stopped aging. I watch him in the mirror each morning, and his reflection hasn't changed in weeks. My own reflection is becoming unreliable. Sometimes I appear as I am, sometimes as I was 20 years ago, sometimes as I will be when I'm old. Time moves differently here, flowing backward and forward like water finding its level. Day 143. The children visit us regularly now. They're the ones who were thrown into the spring during the massacre. But they don't seem to remember dying. They play in the gardens during the day and tell us stories about the plantation when it was alive. They speak French, but I understand them perfectly, even though I've never learned the language. Day 158. We tried to leave again today, but the forest has changed. The paths lead back to the house no matter which direction we walk. Vincent says we're not prisoners, we're residents. He's begun helping with the archaeological work, documenting the house and grounds for future researchers. He doesn't seem to remember that we came here from outside. Day 171. I understand now why the enslaved people filled in the spring. It's not evil exactly, but it's hungry. It feeds on time itself, on the moments between past and future. The plantation exists in all its moments simultaneously. The day it was built, the night it was destroyed, and every day in between. We experience them all, living every possibility that ever existed in this place. The final entry was the most chilling. Day 184. A new researcher will come soon. I've seen him in the spring water, a man with a camera who thinks he's documenting the past. But he's really documenting the future, his own future, the moment when he realizes he can never leave. I want to warn him, but the children say that would spoil the game. They've been playing this game for more than a century, and they're very good at it. As I read those words by flashlight in the underground nursery, surrounded by toys arranged in patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, I finally understood what had happened to the Arsenaults. They hadn't disappeared. They'd been absorbed into something that existed outside normal time, a place where past and present coexisted, and where the rules of reality were negotiable. The spring wasn't just a water source. It was a focal point for something much older and stranger, something that the Choctaw had recognized and respected, something that Emile Thibodeau had disturbed when he built his mansion over it, and something that had been temporarily contained when the enslaved people filled it with earth and debris in 1847. But the spring had never been truly sealed. It had been waiting, patient and hungry, for someone to dig down to it again, to expose it to light and air and human curiosity. The Arsenaults had been exactly what it needed. Researchers driven by academic passion, willing to dig deeper and stay longer than casual explorers. Now it was waiting for the next curious visitor, someone who would see the photographs of Dr. Arsenault, read the historical accounts, and decide to investigate for themselves. Someone like me. As I climbed out of the Foundation complex that evening, I realized I was already trapped. I'd been visiting the site for nearly 2 years, documenting changes, taking photographs, becoming increasingly obsessed with understanding what had happened there. The evidence was all around me. My own camera contained dozens of photos showing the site in various stages of reconstruction, images that documented a process that shouldn't be possible. I was becoming part of the story, another researcher drawn into the spring's patient web. Soon, someone else would find my camera hanging from a tree branch, would develop the film, and would see photographs of me standing next to a fully restored plantation house, pointing out architectural details of a building that existed only in the spaces between moments. The game continues, as it has for more than a century. The spring waits beneath its covering of earth and debris, hungry for time and memory and human curiosity. And somewhere in the restored rooms of a mansion that burned down in 1847, Dr. Vincent and Dr. Simone Arsenault continue their research, documenting a place that exists in all its moments simultaneously, waiting for the next scholar brave enough or foolish enough to dig down to the truth. I write this account as a warning, though I know it will read like the fantasy of an aging ranger with too much time on his hands. But the photographs exist, developed from real film. The excavation site can be found by anyone persistent enough to search for it, and the spring is still there, covered but not sealed, patient as only geological time can be patient. Some places are not meant for the living. Some stories are not meant to be uncovered, and some truths are too terrible to survive in the rational world we think we inhabit. But they survive nonetheless, waiting in the deep places, in the spaces between seconds, in the moments when reality grows thin and the impossible bleeds through. The spring remembers everything, and it's always hungry for more. My flashlight cut through the pine-dark silence, and I caught a glimpse of something that shouldn't have been out there at that hour. It wasn't just the smeared footprints near a half-chewed backpack that worried me. It was the deep, ragged marks on the trunk of a centuries-old Ponderosa, as though clawed by a twisted hand driven by a savage intent. I had been on countless night searches, but none had ever made me feel so certain that I was about to cross a boundary I couldn't uncross. This happened to me back in 2011 in the San Juan National Forest of Colorado. I was 28 then, a search and rescue officer who prided himself on level-headed decisions and a calm approach to emergencies. My colleagues respected my ability to maintain composure when others panicked. I had a reputation for finding lost hikers when others gave up hope. The day had begun normally enough. I woke at dawn in my small cabin near the ranger station, made coffee, and reviewed weather reports. Mid-September in the mountains meant unpredictable conditions. Warm days could suddenly give way to frigid nights with little warning. I checked my equipment, as I did every morning, ensuring my pack contained fresh batteries, first aid supplies, water purification tablets, and emergency rations. By noon, I was at the station completing paperwork from our previous rescue, a family of 4 who had ventured too far from a designated campsite. Nothing dramatic, just tourists who had underestimated the vastness of the wilderness. I remember thinking it would be a quiet day. At 3:47 p.m., the call came in. A man named Brandon Ellis and his hiking companion Vincent Morales had failed to return to their campsite the previous evening. Their friends had waited until morning before reporting them missing, hoping they'd simply decided to extend their hike. The sheriff's dispatcher sounded unusually tense, mentioning that another camper had reported strange noises from the direction the men had headed. "Define strange," I said into the receiver. They wouldn't elaborate, just said it wasn't wildlife. Made them pack up and leave before sunrise. I called in Ryan and Mark, 2 officers who had proven themselves reliable on difficult searches. Ryan was a former wilderness guide with an almost supernatural sense of direction. Mark, an ex-Army medic, could treat almost any injury with limited supplies. "What's your take?" Ryan asked as we loaded gear into our truck. "Another case of unprepared tourists?" "Maybe," I replied, checking our topographical maps. "But the sheriff called twice in 40 minutes. That's not typical." "Area has a history," Mark mentioned casually. "My grandmother used to tell stories about that section of forest, said the old tribes avoided it." I rolled my eyes. "Let's stick to facts. 2 men, last seen heading toward Piedra Ridge. Their vehicle is still at the trailhead. They had supplies for a day hike, not an overnight." We drove in relative silence, the radio occasionally crackling with updates from dispatch. The sky darkened prematurely as clouds gathered, promising rain by nightfall. I felt an unusual heaviness in my chest as we parked by the trailhead. The forest seemed quieter than normal. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Their red Jeep sat alone in the small gravel lot, covered in a thin film of dust. I ran my finger across the hood. Cold. They'd been gone at least a day. "Standard search pattern?" Mark asked, adjusting his pack. I nodded. "We'll follow the main trail to where it forks, then split up. Keep radio contact every 15 minutes. The forest enveloped us as we moved away from the trailhead. Pine trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches creating a dense canopy that filtered the waning daylight into ghostly patterns on the forest floor. The path was well marked initially, winding through stands of aspen whose leaves had just begun to turn golden. "Trail's clear," Ryan observed. "No signs of disturbance." I nodded, but something felt off. The forest was too still, as if holding its breath. Normally these woods would be alive with sound. Chickadees calling, squirrels chattering, the soft rustling of deer moving through undergrowth. Instead, a profound silence pressed against us. "Anyone else notice how quiet it is?" Mark whispered, voicing my thoughts. Ryan stopped, cocking his head. "Yeah, not even wind in the branches." We continued, our boots crunching on the packed earth, the sound unnervingly loud in the hush. After about 2 miles, the trail forked. The left path descended toward the river, while the right climbed toward a ridge offering spectacular views of the valley. "Which way do you think they went?" Ryan asked. I studied the ground, searching for footprints or broken twigs. According to the report, they mentioned wanting to photograph the sunset from the ridge. "Right path it is," Mark confirmed. As we began our ascent, the trail narrowed and grew steeper. Roots from ancient trees created natural steps in some places, while in others, erosion had left loose stones that shifted treacherously underfoot. The forest grew denser, the massive pine trunks standing closer together, branches intertwining to block what little remaining daylight filtered down. I checked my watch. 6:32 p.m. We had perhaps an hour of usable light left. "We should consider setting up a base camp soon," I suggested. "Continue the search at first light." Ryan turned to me, his expression perplexed. "We've still got time. These guys could be injured, waiting for help." I hesitated, unable to articulate the growing sense of unease crawling up my spine. Something about this forest section felt wrong, like we were being observed. Fine. We push on for another 30 minutes, then reassess. The path grew increasingly difficult to follow, branching into smaller game trails that wound confusingly through the undergrowth. I kept my eyes trained on the ground, searching for any sign of human passage. Then Mark called out, "Guys, over here!" He stood by a massive fallen log that bridged a small ravine. Kneeling, he pointed to something partially hidden beneath it. My heart rate quickened as I approached. A torn piece of fabric, bright blue, caught on a splintered branch. I recognized it immediately as the type used in high-quality hiking jackets. "Recent?" Ryan asked. I nodded. "Very. No weather damage, colors still bright." I stood, scanning the surrounding area with renewed focus. They came this way. We crossed the ravine using the fallen log as a bridge. The forest grew even darker on the other side, the trees older and more massive, their branches creating a cathedral-like canopy above us. The ground became softer, damper, covered in a thick carpet of decomposing pine needles that muffled our footsteps. I felt a cold drop hit my cheek and looked up. Rain had begun to fall, light at first, but quickly intensifying. Within minutes, we were trudging through a steady downpour that reduced visibility and turned the trail into slick mud. "We should turn back," Mark suggested, raising his voice over the drumming of rain on leaves. "This is getting dangerous." I was about to agree when Ryan pointed ahead. "Light. I saw a light through the trees." We froze, straining to see through the curtain of rain. For a moment, nothing. Then, a brief flash, like a flashlight beam sweeping across the darkness. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing strangely through the trees. "Search and rescue. Is anyone there?" No response came, but the light appeared again, more distant now, moving away from us. "They're moving," Ryan said, already pushing forward. "We need to catch up." "Wait," I said, grabbing his arm. "Something's not right. Why wouldn't they respond?" But Ryan had already pulled away, hurrying through the rain toward the retreating light. Mark and I exchanged concerned glances before following. The rain intensified, becoming a deluge that soaked through our waterproof gear. Thunder rumbled overhead, followed by lightning that illuminated the forest in stark, momentary brilliance. In those flashes, the trees looked twisted and wrong, their branches reaching like grasping hands. We lost sight of Ryan briefly, then heard his shout from ahead. When we caught up, he stood motionless, staring at something on the ground. A backpack lay in the mud, its contents scattered. A broken camera, food wrappers, a torn map, all strewn across the wet earth. But what caught my attention were the marks around it. Deep impressions in the soft ground, too large for a human, too oddly spaced for any animal I recognized. "What made these?" Mark whispered, crouching to examine them. I had no answer. The prints were roughly foot-shaped but elongated, with what appeared to be claw marks at the ends. They led away from the backpack, deeper into the forest. "We need to radio this in," I decided, reaching for my device. Only static answered my call. The storm, or perhaps the dense forest itself, blocked transmission. As darkness fell completely, we reluctantly decided to make camp. None of us said it aloud, but we all felt it. We were being watched from the shadows beyond our flashlight beams. Something waited out there, beyond the boundary of light. I took first watch, sitting with my back against a massive tree trunk, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. The rain eventually subsided, leaving behind a thick mist that wound between the trees like spectral fingers. In the absolute darkness, I heard it first. A soft, deliberate sound. Not the random noises of the forest at night, but something methodical. Something circling our camp. Dawn broke reluctantly through the mist-shrouded trees, revealing a forest transformed by rain. Droplets clung to every needle and leaf, catching the weak sunlight like thousands of watching eyes. I had managed perhaps an hour of fitful sleep during Mark's watch, my dreams filled with shadowy figures moving just beyond my vision. "Did you hear anything during your watch?" I asked Mark as we packed up our soggy equipment. He hesitated, eyes darting to Ryan before answering. "Just the usual forest sounds." Ryan tossed his pack over his shoulder. We should keep moving. Those hikers have been out here for at least 2 nights now. I nodded, though my instincts screamed to turn back, to leave this section of forest behind. Professional obligation won out over personal fear. We had a job to do. Using the scattered contents of the backpack as our starting point, we attempted to follow the strange tracks we'd discovered the previous night. The rain had partially obscured them, but enough remained visible to establish a direction, deeper into the forest, away from established trails. ID in the pack confirms it belonged to Brandon Ellis, Mark said, examining a soaked wallet. No sign of Vincent's belongings. The forest grew thicker as we advanced, the massive pines standing shoulder to shoulder like ancient guardians. Their lower branches had died and fallen away over the decades, creating an eerie colonnade of bare trunks supporting a distant ceiling of green. The ground was soft and springy with centuries of accumulated needles, making tracking difficult. "Look at this," Ryan called, kneeling beside a massive trunk. I approached, and my breath caught. Deep gouges marred the bark, starting about 7 feet up and raking downward in parallel lines. The exposed wood beneath appeared fresh, the tree's sap still oozing from the wounds. "Bear?" Mark suggested, though his tone conveyed doubt. I shook my head slowly. Bears leave broader marks, and they usually scratch horizontally. I reached up, measuring the starting point against my height. Whatever made these stands taller than any of us. "Mountain lion?" Ryan offered. "Maybe." But I didn't believe it. The spacing was wrong, the pattern unnatural. We continued our advance in silence, each lost in contemplation of what might have created those marks. The mist clung stubbornly to the forest floor, turning familiar shapes into looming specters that dissolved upon approach. Around mid-morning, we found the first truly disturbing evidence. A single hiking boot lay in a small clearing, its leather torn and shredded as if by tremendous force. Nearby, a sock still containing what appeared to be broken toes. Mark turned away, swallowing hard. Ryan's face drained of color. I knelt beside the grisly find, forcing myself to analyze it professionally. "Recent," I murmured. "No significant decomposition." "Are we looking at predator activity?" Ryan managed, his voice strained. I examined the boot more closely. The damage pattern was unlike anything I'd seen before. Not the crushing force of a bear's jaws or the slicing precision of feline teeth. This looked as if the boot had been gripped and physically torn apart by something with immense strength. "We need to radio in again," I decided, pulling out my device. To my surprise, it connected this time, though the signal was weak and filled with static. I reported our position and findings, requesting additional search teams and possibly armed Forest Service personnel. "Copy that," the dispatcher's voice crackled through. "Be advised, weather system moving in. Expect heavy precipitation by late afternoon, additional teams approximately 3 hours out." The communication cut off abruptly, leaving us alone once more with our discovery. 3 hours, Mark repeated. Should we wait for backup? I considered our options. Standard protocol in a situation like this, evidence of potential violence or predator attack, would be to secure the area and wait for additional resources. But 2 men remained missing, possibly injured. Every hour decreased their chances of survival. We continue, I decided. But we stay together. No splitting up under any circumstances. We marked the location of our find with bright orange surveyor's tape and pressed onward. The forest seemed to close in around us, the spaces between trees narrowing, forcing us to wind through increasingly tight passages. The ground began to slope downward into a shallow ravine. The smell hit us first, a sickly sweet odor of decay mixed with something musky and animal. Ryan gagged, pulling his shirt over his nose. "What is that?" he choked out. We found the source moments later. A deer carcass lay in the center of the ravine, but not killed and partially consumed as one would expect from normal predator behavior. This animal had been arranged. Its limbs had been positioned unnaturally, splayed outward from its body. Parts of its hide had been systematically removed in long strips and hung from surrounding branches like grotesque decorations. "This isn't normal predator behavior," Mark whispered, his medical training apparently forgotten as he stared at the macabre display. "No," I agreed, fighting to keep my voice steady. "It's not." What disturbed me most wasn't the killing itself. Nature could be brutal. But the deliberate, almost ritualistic quality of the arrangement. This suggested intelligence, purpose, something beyond mere animal instinct. "We should leave," Ryan said suddenly. "Right now." For the first time in my career, I found myself seriously considering abandoning a search. Everything about this situation felt wrong. The unnatural silence of the forest, the strange tracks, the deliberate display before us. My training warred with primal instinct. Then we heard it. A faint call for help echoing through the trees. "Hello?" The voice was weak, distant. "Is someone there? Please. Help!" Our eyes met, decision made in an instant. We scrambled up the ravine's far side, moving toward the voice. The terrain became increasingly difficult, with fallen trees and dense underbrush blocking our path. We called out repeatedly, receiving increasingly urgent responses. "I'm here. Oh God, please hurry." We finally broke through into a small clearing dominated by a massive boulder. Huddled against its base was a man, filthy, bloodied, his clothes torn to shreds. His eyes were wild with terror, darting constantly to the surrounding trees. "Vincent?" I approached slowly, hands raised to appear non-threatening. He nodded frantically, tears cutting tracks through the dirt on his face. "It took Brandon. It took him last night." I heard him screaming. Mark immediately went into medic mode, checking the man for injuries, while Ryan and I secured the perimeter of the clearing. Vincent had multiple lacerations across his arms and torso, as if he'd been clawed, but none appeared life-threatening. "Vincent, what happened?" I asked gently, crouching beside him. His eyes wouldn't focus, constantly shifting to the forest around us. We were setting up camp when we heard something moving around us. Brandon thought it was a bear, so we tried to make noise to scare it off. He swallowed hard. It laughed, like it found us amusing. A chill ran through me. "What do you mean it laughed?" "Not like a person. More like it was imitating laughter it had heard. Then it started calling us, using our names." His voice broke. "It knew our names." Mark shot me a concerned look over Vincent's head. Possible delirium from exposure or trauma. "We ran," Vincent continued. "Tried to get back to the trail, but it was too dark, and it seemed like the trees had moved. Nothing looked familiar." He gripped my arm suddenly, his fingers digging in with surprising strength. "It hunted us. For hours. Toying with us. Brandon tripped and I just kept running. I heard him screaming for so long." I gently disengaged his grip. "We're going to get you out of here, Vincent. Our colleagues are on their way. Can you walk?" He nodded weakly, attempting to stand with Mark's assistance. As Ryan helped them, I moved to the edge of the clearing, scanning the surrounding forest. The mist had thickened again, swirling between trunks in hypnotic patterns. Something about the quality of light had changed. The day should have been brightening, but instead, a premature twilight seemed to be settling among the trees. We needed to move quickly. If Vincent's friend was still alive somewhere in these woods, our window for finding him was rapidly closing. If not, we needed to get Vincent and ourselves to safety before whatever had attacked them returned. "Let's head back the way we came," I decided. "Mark, can he make it?" Mark nodded. "He's dehydrated and exhausted, but his injuries are superficial. We can make it." We began our retreat, moving as quickly as Vincent's condition allowed. I took point, Ryan brought up the rear, and Mark supported Vincent between us. The forest seemed different somehow. the path we'd broken on our way and less distinct than it should have been. "Recognize any of this?" Ryan asked after 30 minutes of silent trudging. I hesitated. We should have reached the ravine with the deer carcass by now, but there was no sign of it. The trees looked unfamiliar, older and more gnarled than those we'd passed earlier. Vincent noticed our confusion. "It's happening again," he whispered. "The forest. It changes." "That's not possible," Mark said firmly. "We're just turned around. The compass will get us back." I pulled out my compass and felt my stomach drop. The needle spun freely, unable to find north. I tapped it, shook it, but the result remained the same. "Electronic interference, maybe?" Ryan suggested, pulling out his own compass. Same result. Vincent laughed, a high-pitched sound verging on hysteria. "It won't let you leave, not until it's ready." "Get a grip," Mark snapped, then softened his tone. "We'll find our way out. We always do." I checked my watch. 2:17 p.m. The additional search teams should be entering the area soon. I tried the radio again but received only static in response. As we debated our next move, a blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. Raw, agonized, human. It came from somewhere ahead of us, cutting off abruptly mid-crescendo. Vincent collapsed to his knees. "Brandon," he whispered. Without discussion, we moved toward the sound, helping Vincent along as best we could. The forest grew darker with each step, the canopy thickening overhead, until only occasional shafts of light penetrated to the forest floor. The mist coalesced into writhing shapes that seemed almost purposeful in their movements. The smell hit us again, decay and musk, stronger this time. We crested a small rise and stopped abruptly. Below us lay a small hollow surrounded by massive ancient pines. Their trunks were marked with the same deep gouges we'd seen earlier, but far more numerous, as if the entire grove had been used as a scratching post by something immense. The ground was disturbed, showing signs of a violent struggle. Dark stains that could only be blood spattered the lower trunks and undergrowth. And in the center of it all, a man lay motionless. Even from a distance, I could tell it was too late for Brandon Ellis. His body was contorted unnaturally, limbs bent at impossible angles. Large portions of his clothing had been torn away, exposing skin marked with deep, parallel lacerations. Vincent made a sound somewhere between a sob and a scream. Mark held him back as Ryan and I cautiously approached the body. "My God," Ryan whispered as we drew closer. Brandon's face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror, eyes wide and staring at something only he had seen. The wounds covering his body showed no signs of feeding behavior. This wasn't a predator killing for food. This was something else entirely. I knelt beside the body, forcing my professional training to override my horror. "Recent," I murmured. "Within the last hour, I'd guess." "Look at the spacing of these wounds," Ryan said, pointing to a set of parallel gashes across the victim's chest. "Those aren't from any animal I recognize." I stood, scanning our surroundings with renewed vigilance. Whatever had done this could still be nearby. The hollow felt wrong. Too quiet. Too still. The mist seemed thicker here, curling around the ancient trunks like pale fingers. "We need to go," I said, keeping my voice low. "Right now." As if in response, a branch snapped somewhere in the forest behind us. We whirled toward the sound, flashlights cutting through the gloom despite the daylight hour. Nothing visible, just endless trees fading into misty darkness. Another snap, closer this time, followed by a soft rustling of underbrush. "Move," I ordered, abandoning protocol. We couldn't secure the body, couldn't properly document the scene. Survival took precedence. We retreated up the rise, half carrying Vincent between us. As we crested the top, I risked a glance back into the hollow. A figure stood beside Brandon's body, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its frame. It was partially obscured by mist, but I could make out a narrow head atop a long neck and arms that nearly reached the ground. It remained motionless, as if watching us, though I couldn't make out any features that might be a face. "Run," I whispered, then louder. "Run." We crashed through the underbrush, all pretense of careful navigation abandoned. Vincent found renewed strength and terror, keeping pace between Mark and Ryan. I brought up the rear, constantly looking back, expecting to see that elongated form pursuing us. The forest blurred around us, trees seeming to lean inward as we passed, branches reaching like grasping hands. The light grew dimmer with each passing minute, though my watch showed only mid-afternoon. After what felt like hours, but might have been only 20 minutes, we stumbled into a familiar setting. The ravine with the deer carcass. Relief flooded through me at this confirmation we were on the right track. "We're heading the right way," I gasped. "The trailhead should be about 2 miles from here." Vincent collapsed, shaking uncontrollably. "It's letting us think we're escaping," he muttered. "It's playing with us." Mark pulled him upright. "Stay with us, Vincent. We're getting out." As if contradicting his statement, the first heavy drops of rain began to fall. The storm predicted by the dispatcher had arrived, accompanied by distant thunder. Within minutes, we were trudging through another downpour, visibility reduced to mere feet. "Keep together," I shouted over the roar of rain. "Hold on to each other." We formed a human chain, Mark leading with Vincent behind him, followed by Ryan, with me bringing up the rear. The going was treacherous, the forest floor turning to slick mud beneath our boots. Twice Vincent nearly fell, saved only by Mark's firm grip. Lightning flashed overhead, momentarily turning the forest into a stark black and white photograph. In that instant, I saw it again. The elongated figure standing among the trees perhaps 50 yards behind us, perfectly still despite the raging storm. Then darkness returned, and when the next lightning flash came, the space was empty. "It's behind us!" I shouted, pushing the others forward with renewed urgency. We abandoned all caution, practically dragging Vincent as we splashed through deepening puddles and scrambled over fallen logs. The rain hammered down mercilessly, turning small depressions into miniature ponds and gentle slopes into treacherous slides. A tremendous crash sounded behind us, a falling tree or large branch. None of us looked back to confirm. Finally, blessedly, we spotted the orange surveyor's tape we'd left earlier marking the location of the shredded boot. We were on the right path, heading toward the trailhead. Hope surged through me, providing a second wind. The rain began to slacken, visibility improving incrementally. We maintained our pace, though my lungs burned and my legs trembled with exhaustion. Vincent had gone completely silent, moving mechanically, eyes vacant. "Almost there," Mark gasped encouragingly. "Just a little further." We broke through a stand of younger pines and found ourselves on the main trail, the wide, well-maintained path that would lead us back to civilization. In the distance, I could make out the flashing lights of vehicles at the trailhead. "They're here," Ryan shouted. "The backup team's made it." We staggered forward, waving our arms and shouting to attract attention. Flashlight beams cut through the gloom as Forest Service personnel moved toward us along the trail. As they reached us, Vincent collapsed entirely, unconscious from exhaustion and trauma. Mark immediately began briefing the medics who rushed to attend him. Ryan sank to his knees in the mud, relief evident in every line of his body. I remained standing, staring back into the forest we'd just escaped. Through the curtain of lessening rain, I thought I could make out a slender form watching from between distant trunks, motionless, patient, waiting. The subsequent hours passed in a blur of debriefings, medical examinations, and growing disbelief from the Forest Service officials who interviewed us. By nightfall, Vincent had been transported to the regional hospital, still drifting in and out of consciousness. Mark, Ryan, and I sat in the ranger station, nursing cups of bitter coffee as we repeatedly recounted our experience. "Let me get this straight," Ranger Supervisor Dawson said, rubbing his temples. "You're claiming some unidentified creature killed Brandon Ellis and terrorized his friend?" I chose my words carefully. "I'm saying we encountered something in that section of forest that I can't explain. The evidence at the scene showed signs of extraordinary violence not consistent with known predator behavior." "Mountain lion attacks can be brutal," Dawson countered, "especially if the victim fought back." Ryan leaned forward. "This wasn't a mountain lion. The spacing of the wounds, the height of the marks on the trees, it doesn't match." Dawson sighed heavily. "I've got a dead hiker, a traumatized survivor, and 3 of my best search and rescue officers talking about some kind of forest monster. The county sheriff is breathing down my neck, and I've got reporters calling every 5 minutes." "We can only report what we saw," Mark said quietly. "And what exactly did you see?" Dawson pressed. "Because so far all I'm hearing is about unusual tracks and claw marks. Did any of you actually see this thing clearly?" I hesitated, recalling the glimpses I'd caught through mist and rain, a tall, elongated figure with impossibly long limbs, but always at a distance, always partially obscured. Had I truly seen what I thought I had, or had fear and exhaustion played tricks on my perception? "We saw something," I admitted. "But no, not clearly enough to describe in detail." Dawson nodded as if that confirmed his suspicions. "Listen, I believe you encountered something out there. But the simplest explanation is usually the right one. We've had reports of a particularly large mountain lion in that area. Add in poor visibility, stress, and the suggestive power of finding a mutilated body. Well, the human mind fills in the blanks." I wanted to argue but found myself too exhausted to push back. Maybe he was right. Maybe we had encountered a mountain lion with unusual hunting patterns, and our minds had transformed it into something more sinister. "What about the recovery team?" Ryan asked. "Have they found Brandon's body yet?" A shadow crossed Dawson's face. "That's the other issue. The team reached the coordinates you provided, but there was no body." Silence fell over the room. "That's impossible," Mark said finally. "We marked the location clearly." "The team found your markers," Dawson confirmed. "They found blood evidence and signs of a struggle. But no body. They're still searching, but with night falling and another storm system moving in." I struggled to process this information. We had seen Brandon Ellis lying dead in that hollow, his body mutilated beyond any possibility of survival. How could it simply be gone? "The coordinates might have been off," Dawson suggested gently. "GPS isn't always reliable under heavy canopy." But I knew our location had been correct, which meant something or someone had moved Brandon's body after we fled. Dawson stood, stretching his back. "Get some rest, all of you. We'll resume the search at first light, weather permitting. I've got temporary accommodations set up for you in the auxiliary building." As he left, Ryan looked at me, his expression haunted. "You don't think it was a mountain lion any more than I do?" "No," I admitted. "But what's the alternative? That some unknown creature is stalking that section of forest? That it has intelligence enough to... what? Play with its victims? Remove evidence?" Mark shook his head slowly. "Whatever it was, we got lucky. Vincent got lucky. We need to focus on that." We eventually retreated to the cots that had been prepared for us, though I doubted any of us would find meaningful rest. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that elongated figure standing motionless among the trees, watching us flee. The forest itself seemed to have conspired against us, changing around us, leading us in circles until we stumbled upon Brandon's body. Had that been intentional? Had we been meant to find him? I must have dozed off eventually because I awoke with a start to find morning light filtering through the blinds. My watch showed 6:43 a.m. I had slept nearly 7 hours, though my body felt as if I hadn't rested at all. Ryan and Mark were already up, looking equally exhausted. We ate a quick breakfast in silence before rejoining Ranger Dawson in the main office. "Weather's cleared," he announced without preamble. "Recovery team is heading out in 30 minutes. I'd like you three to accompany them, help pinpoint the exact location." I felt a cold weight settle in my stomach at the thought of returning to that forest. Judging by their expressions, Mark and Ryan shared my reluctance. "Is that necessary?" Mark asked. We provided detailed coordinates. "Necessary? No. Helpful? Absolutely." Dawson's tone left little room for argument. "Besides, I thought you'd want closure on this." He was right, of course. Professional pride, if nothing else, demanded that we see this through. We couldn't simply walk away from the most disturbing search operation of our careers. The recovery team consisted of 6 Forest Service personnel, all armed with rifles, a precaution against the mountain lion Dawson had decided was responsible. As we loaded into the vehicles, I noted the additional equipment they carried: body bags, evidence collection kits, cameras. The drive to the trailhead passed in tense silence. The forest looked different in the clear morning light. Less menacing, more mundane. Birds called from the canopy, and small animals scurried through the underbrush. Nothing suggested the horrors we had witnessed the previous day. "Hard to believe this is the same place," Ryan murmured as we began our hike along the main trail. I nodded. In daylight, without rain and mist obscuring our vision, the forest appeared as it should, a natural ecosystem, neither malevolent nor sentient. Had we truly experienced what I remembered, or had exhaustion and stress warped our perceptions? We reached the fork in the trail and turned right, following the path toward the ridge. Everything matched my recollection perfectly. The root steps, the erosion patterns, the massive pines growing increasingly dense. We passed the fallen log where we'd found the first piece of torn fabric, now marked with additional surveyor's tape from the previous day's search. "So far, so normal," Mark commented, though his hand rested on his holstered sidearm. The Forest Service team moved with professional efficiency, maintaining proper spacing while keeping sight lines open. Their presence was reassuring, their rifles even more so. We reached the location where we'd found the shredded boot. It remained undisturbed from the previous day, sealed now in an evidence bag by one of the team members. From there, we continued to the ravine containing the deer carcass. Except it wasn't there. We stood at the edge of the ravine, staring down at empty space. No arranged deer remains, no strips of hide hanging from branches. Just ordinary forest floor, undisturbed except for our own footprints from the day before. "You're sure this is the right place?" one of the team members asked. "Positive," I replied, pointing to our clearly visible tracks in the still damp earth. "We came through here yesterday afternoon." The team leader, a stoic woman named Rivera, frowned. "Animals might have dragged the remains away, coyotes, scavengers." It was a reasonable explanation, but it didn't account for the complete absence of blood evidence or scattered bones. The display we had witnessed had been elaborate and extensive. There should have been some trace remaining. We pressed on toward the hollow where we had found Brandon's body. The forest remained eerily normal, birds singing, squirrels chattering, sunlight dappling the forest floor through gaps in the canopy. None of the oppressive silence or unnatural darkness we had experienced before. "This isn't right," Ryan whispered to me as we walked. "It's like it's hiding." I understood exactly what he meant. The forest felt like an elaborate set, a carefully constructed facade of normality concealing something much darker beneath. We reached the rise overlooking the hollow around midday. The Forest Service team spread out along the crest, scanning the area below with binoculars before proceeding. "Clear," Rivera announced after a thorough survey. "Let's move in. Maintain formation." We descended into the hollow, which looked nothing like I remembered. The massive ancient pines still surrounded it, but their trunks showed no signs of the deep gouges we had seen. The ground appeared undisturbed. No signs of struggle, no bloodstains, no body. "This can't be right," Mark insisted, turning in a slow circle. The body was right here, right in the center. Rivera gestured to two of her team. "Full sweep, 5-meter grid pattern. Look for any evidence. Blood, tissue, personal effects." They began their methodical search while the rest of us stood in bewildered silence. I checked my GPS unit, confirming that we were indeed at the exact coordinates we had reported. "Could the rain have washed away the evidence?" one team member suggested. "Not all of it," I replied. "There was too much blood, too much disturbance, and it doesn't explain the absence of claw marks on the trees." Ryan had wandered to the edge of the hollow, examining one of the massive pines. "Look at this," he called. We gathered around him. The trunk appeared normal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, I could see faint vertical striations in the bark, as if the deep gouges we had witnessed had somehow healed or been covered over. "What would cause that?" Mark asked, running his fingers over the strange patterns. Rivera shook her head. "I've never seen anything like it." The search continued for another hour, yielding nothing. No blood evidence, no signs of violence, no trace of Brandon Ellis. It was as if the events we had witnessed had never occurred, or had been deliberately erased. "I don't understand," Ryan said as we regrouped. "We all saw it. Vincent saw it." "Speaking of Vincent," Mark interjected, "has anyone checked on his condition this morning?" Rivera nodded. "He's stable but sedated. Doctors are concerned about his psychological state. He keeps insisting it won't let them find Brandon." A chill ran through me at those words. They echoed my own unspoken fear, that whatever had killed Brandon had some purpose in mind, some reason for taking his body. "We should head back," Rivera decided eventually. "We'll report this as inconclusive. Maybe the sheriff's department can bring in cadaver dogs tomorrow." As we prepared to leave, I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to share what I had truly seen. The elongated figure watching us from the trees, the way the forest had seemed to shift around us, Vincent's insistence that it was playing with us. But I remained silent. Without evidence, my account would sound like the ravings of a traumatized mind. We began our ascent out of the hollow. I lingered at the rear of the group, taking one last look at the scene of such horror that now appeared so ordinary. Movement caught my eye, subtle, almost imperceptible. A slight shifting of shadows between distant trunks, too deliberate to be wind or animal. I froze, staring at the spot. For a moment, nothing. Then, a figure stepped partially from behind a massive pine, tall and thin, limbs hanging unnaturally long at its sides. It made no attempt to hide, standing motionless, observing me from perhaps 100 yards away. "Hey!" I shouted, pointing. "Over there!" The entire team whirled, rifles raised. Rivera brought binoculars to her eyes, scanning the area I indicated. "I don't see anything," she said after a moment. I looked back. The figure was gone, the space between the trees empty once more. "It was there," I insisted, "just for a moment." Rivera lowered her binoculars, her expression a careful neutral. The mind plays tricks after trauma. Happens to the best of us. I wanted to argue but realized the futility. Without others witnessing what I had seen, my testimony alone wouldn't be enough to convince them. We resumed our trek back toward the trailhead, moving at a brisk pace despite the terrain. I continually glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see that elongated form following us through the trees. But the forest remained peaceful, showing no signs of the horror it had contained the previous day. As we approached the main trail, Ryan fell into step beside me. "You saw it again, didn't you?" he asked quietly. I nodded, relieved that someone believed me. "Just for a moment. Watching us?" "I've been seeing glimpses too," he admitted, Quick movements at the edge of my vision, but every time I turn to look directly, there's nothing there. Rivera thinks we're suffering from some kind of stress reaction. Maybe we are. Ryan glanced into the dense forest to our right. Or maybe it's only letting us see it when it wants to be seen. The implications of that statement haunted me for the remainder of our journey. The idea that we were dealing with something intelligent enough to selectively reveal itself, to clean up evidence of its existence, to play elaborate psychological games with its victims. It defied everything I understood about the natural world. We reached the trailhead by mid-afternoon, the bright sunlight and open space providing a welcome respite from the claustrophobic forest. As the team loaded equipment into vehicles, Dawson approached us. "No sign of the body?" he asked, though he clearly knew the answer already. "Nothing," Rivera confirmed. "No blood evidence, no signs of struggle, just normal forest." Dawson sighed heavily. "I'll notify the sheriff. They'll want to bring in their own search teams, possibly with dogs." "They won't find anything," I said with quiet certainty. He gave me a long, evaluating look. "You really believe something supernatural happened out there, don't you?" I considered my response carefully. "I believe we encountered something that doesn't fit our understanding of local wildlife. Whether that makes it supernatural or just previously undocumented, I can't say." "Well, documented or not, I'm closing that section of forest to the public pending a full investigation." Dawson ran a hand through his thinning hair. "You three are on administrative leave until further notice. Get some rest, see the department psychologist if needed." As we drove away from the trailhead, I looked back at the wall of pines marking the forest's edge. In the broad daylight, it appeared completely ordinary, just trees and underbrush, part of the natural world. But I knew better now. Something waited in those depths, something patient and intelligent. And as the forest receded in the distance, I couldn't shake the feeling that our encounter with it was far from over. 3 days passed. I spent them in my cabin, alternating between bouts of restless sleep and periods of intense hypervigilance. Every creaking floorboard, every rustling leaf outside my window sent my heart racing. I kept the lights on at night, a loaded shotgun propped beside my bed. On the 4th day, Ryan called. "They're saying Vincent disappeared from the hospital last night," he said without preamble. I sat upright, instantly alert. "What do you mean, disappeared?" "Walked out of his room around 3 a.m. Security cameras show him exiting the building, but there's no footage of where he went after that. His room was on the 2nd floor and he was still on IV antibiotics. Doctors say he shouldn't have been physically capable of leaving on his own." A chill spread through me. "He went back to the forest, didn't he?" Ryan's silence was answer enough. "Have they organized a search party?" I asked, already knowing what I had to do. "They're assembling one now. Dawson called to say we're still on administrative leave and explicitly instructed us not to participate." I began gathering equipment even as we spoke. Flashlight, compass, first aid kit, water, protein bars, knife. "When have you known me to follow instructions that might get someone killed?" Ryan's laugh held no humor. "I figured you'd say that. Mark and I are already gearing up. Meet at my place in 30? I'll be there." I hung up and continued my preparations, moving with the methodical efficiency that had become second nature over years of search and rescue work. But this time was different. This time I knew what waited in the forest, or at least I had glimpsed enough to understand how dangerous it truly was. I arrived at Ryan's small ranch house to find him and Mark already loading equipment into Ryan's Jeep. Both looked as exhausted as I felt, with dark circles under their eyes and a tense alertness to their movements. "You look terrible," Mark greeted me. "Speak for yourself," I replied, tossing my pack into the vehicle. "Have you even slept since we got back?" "Tried. Didn't work out." He gestured to the shotgun secured to my pack. "I see we had the same idea." Ryan and Mark had both brought firearms as well, Ryan a hunting rifle, Mark a revolver he normally kept locked in his gun safe. "Are we really doing this?" Ryan asked as we climbed into the Jeep. going against direct orders, potentially endangering ourselves to look for a man who might have walked into the forest specifically to die. I met his eyes in the rearview mirror. "You're here, aren't you?" He nodded grimly and started the engine. We drove in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the road, the light fading earlier than it should have as clouds gathered on the horizon. Another storm approaching, just what we needed. "How are we playing this?" Mark asked eventually. "Official search party will be at the main trailhead. We can't just walk in beside them." "There's a fire road about 2 miles south," I suggested. "Less used, but it'll get us close enough. We can cut through to where we found Vincent originally." Ryan nodded. "I know the one. Might be muddy after all the rain, but the Jeep can handle it." We diverted onto the smaller access road, which quickly deteriorated from gravel to rutted dirt. The Jeep bounced and slid, but Ryan navigated the challenging terrain with practiced skill. After about 20 minutes, we reached a small clearing that served as an unofficial parking area for local hunters. No other vehicles were present. The official search would be concentrated miles away at the main trailhead. We were on our own. "Full gear," I instructed as we exited the vehicle. "Radio's on channel 3. Official search will be using 1 and 2. Test your flashlights now and keep weapons accessible but safe." We performed equipment checks with practiced efficiency, then gathered for a final strategy session. "Most likely scenario," I began. "Vincent returned to where we found Brandon's body. That hollow is our primary target. We move together. No splitting up under any circumstances. If anyone sees or hears anything unusual, we stop immediately and evaluate. Questions?" "Yeah," Mark said, checking his revolver one last time. "What if we find what took Brandon? What's the plan then?" I had no good answer. We were search and rescue, not hunters or soldiers. Our training prepared us to find lost hikers, not to confront unknown predators of potentially supernatural origin. We prioritize finding Vincent and getting out, I decided. We don't engage unless absolutely necessary to protect ourselves or him. Ryan and Mark nodded, though I could see the same doubt in their eyes that I felt myself. We were venturing into danger with no real plan beyond hope and desperation. We entered the forest as the day began its transition to evening, the canopy above immediately reducing the available light. The trees seemed to close in around us, branches reaching overhead to block out the sky. Despite the different entry point, I recognized the sensation immediately. That feeling of crossing a boundary into somewhere other. The forest grew quieter with each step we took, the normal sounds of wildlife fading until only our footfalls and breathing remained. The air felt heavier, thicker, as if we were walking through invisible cobwebs that clung to our skin. "Anyone else notice the birds stopped singing?" Mark whispered after we'd been walking for perhaps 20 minutes. Ryan nodded, eyes constantly scanning the surrounding trees. "Just like before." We continued in silence, navigating by compass and GPS toward the coordinates of the hollow where we had found Brandon's body. The going was slow, the terrain unfamiliar from this approach. Twice we had to detour around dense thickets that seemed impenetrable. "Does it seem like we're being herded?" Ryan asked after the second detour. I had been thinking the same thing. The forest didn't appear to be changing around us as Vincent had described, but the path of least resistance consistently led us in a particular direction, not directly toward our target coordinates, but slightly east. "Let's try to push straight through," I decided, pointing at a stand of younger pines that, while dense, should have been passable. We attempted to force our way through, but the branches seemed to interlock more tightly the harder we pushed, thorny undergrowth tearing at our clothing and skin. After struggling for several minutes and gaining only a few feet, we admitted defeat. "This is impossible," Mark panted, extracting a thorn from his forearm. "It's like the forest itself is against us." "So we follow the path it's giving us," I said, making a quick decision. But we stay alert. This could be leading us into a trap. We resumed our journey along the more accessible route, constantly checking our GPS to ensure we weren't being led too far astray. The light continued to fade more rapidly than it should have, forcing us to activate our flashlights despite it being only late afternoon, according to my watch. The first raindrops hit about an hour into our trek, fat, cold drops that quickly intensified into a steady downpour. We donned rain gear, but the forest floor soon turned to mud, making each step treacherous. Just like last time, Ryan observed grimly. Storm comes right when we're deepest in. Thunder rumbled overhead, followed seconds later by lightning that briefly illuminated the forest in stark relief. In that momentary flash, I caught sight of something that made my blood run cold. A tall, thin figure standing among distant trees, watching our progress. "Did you see that?" I hissed, pointing. Mark and Ryan both nodded, faces taut with fear and determination. "It's tracking us," Mark whispered. "Has been since we entered." "Keep moving," I decided. "We find Vincent and get out. That's all that matters now." We pressed on through the worsening storm, the path growing increasingly difficult to navigate. Mud sucked at our boots, hidden roots threatened to trip us, and low branches whipped our faces as we pushed through. Despite these obstacles, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being allowed to proceed, that our journey was being observed with almost scientific curiosity. After another hour of grueling progress, we emerged into a small clearing that stopped us in our tracks. In the center stood a crude structure assembled from broken branches and what appeared to be strips of cloth, some kind of primitive shelter or monument. It rose perhaps 7 feet tall, vaguely conical in shape, with objects hanging from its frame that swayed in the wind. "What the hell is that?" Ryan breathed, raising his rifle slightly. I approached cautiously, flashlight beam revealing disturbing details. The strips of cloth were torn clothing. I recognized fragments of hiking gear, including what might have been pieces of Brandon's jacket. Other items hung among them: a broken watch, a shredded boot similar to the one we'd found days earlier, a crushed pair of eyeglasses. "Trophies," Mark suggested, his voice tight, "like a hunter's display." But what truly chilled me were the marks carved into each branch of the structure, not random scratches, but deliberate patterns that repeated. Not letters or numbers I recognized, but too regular to be meaningless. "It's communicating," I realized aloud. Or trying to. Ryan snorted nervously. "What's it saying?" "Dinner is served." A branch snapped loudly in the forest behind us. We whirled, weapons raised, flashlights cutting through the rain-soaked darkness. Nothing visible, just endless trees and mist. "We need to keep moving," I insisted, turning away from the disturbing structure. "Vincent is still out here somewhere." We continued our journey, now moving directly toward the coordinates of the hollow according to GPS. The forest seemed to be allowing our approach now, the undergrowth thinning, the path straightening. It was almost as if, having shown us its message, it was now inviting us to our destination. The rain slackened to a gentle patter, then stopped altogether, though mist continued to swirl among the trees. Our flashlight beams created eerie halos in the moisture-laden air, visibility limited to perhaps 20 feet in any direction. After another half hour of tense hiking, we began to recognize landmarks. The distinctive rock formation to our left had been visible from the rise overlooking the hollow. We were close. "Weapons ready," I murmured, checking that my shotgun was easily accessible. "But don't fire unless absolutely necessary. Sound carries in this forest." We crept forward, moving as quietly as our sodden gear allowed. As we approached the rise, I motioned for Ryan and Mark to drop to a crouch. We crawled the final few yards, positioning ourselves at the edge to survey the hollow below. What we saw defied comprehension. The hollow was transformed. The ancient pines surrounding it now bore the deep gouges we had witnessed days earlier, but far more numerous, covering the trunks from ground level to beyond the reach of our flashlights. The forest floor had been cleared of underbrush in a perfect circle, the exposed earth disturbed as if by tremendous activity. In the center stood Vincent. He was alive, standing upright, though his posture was unnatural, arms hanging limp at his sides, head tilted slightly back, staring upward into the canopy. He made no movement, showed no awareness of the rain that had soaked his hospital gown or the mud coating his bare feet. And behind him, partially concealed by mist and shadow, stood the entity. It was tall, at least 8 feet, perhaps more, with a body so thin it appeared almost two-dimensional when viewed from certain angles. Its limbs were disproportionately long, the arms hanging nearly to the ground, ending in elongated fingers tipped with what looked like dense, dark claws. Its head sat atop a neck too long and flexible to be human, cocked at an angle that suggested curiosity or assessment. I couldn't make out facial features through the mist and darkness, but I sensed it was watching us, knew we were there despite our attempts at stealth. "My God," Mark whispered, his voice barely audible. As if in response to his voice, the entity's head turned slightly, orienting in our direction. Vincent remained motionless, seemingly unaware of either our presence or the creature standing mere feet behind him. "What's the play?" Ryan asked, rifle trained on the figure but finger carefully outside the trigger guard. I assessed our options. None of them good. We were witnessing something unprecedented, direct contact between a human and whatever this entity was. Vincent showed no signs of distress or fear. Was he in some kind of trance? Under control? Or had he come here willingly seeking this encounter? We wait, I decided. See what happens. If Vincent is in immediate danger, we intervene. Otherwise, we observe. Minutes passed in tense silence. Rain dripped from the canopy above, creating a gentle percussion that only heightened the surreal quality of the scene. Vincent continued his unnatural stillness while the entity maintained its position behind him. Then, without warning, Vincent spoke. His voice carried clearly through the night air, though he didn't appear to be addressing us. "They're here to watch," he said, his tone flat, emotionless, as you knew they would be. The entity made no sound in response, but Vincent continued as if hearing replies. "Yes, they're afraid but curious, like you were, when you first found us." I exchanged alarmed glances with Ryan and Mark. Was Vincent communicating with the entity? Acting as some kind of translator? "It wants to know why we came back," Vincent said, still staring upward. "I told it you came for me. But that's not the whole truth, is it?" A chill ran through me as I realized Vincent was now addressing us directly. "You came because you need to understand," he continued. "Because what you saw doesn't fit your version of reality. Because it haunts you, knowing something exists beyond your comprehension." I stood slowly, revealing my position. If Vincent knew we were here, concealment served no purpose. "Vincent," I called, keeping my voice steady. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Vincent's head lowered gradually until he was looking directly at me. His eyes reflected our flashlight beams strangely, like those of an animal caught in headlights. "I'm more than okay," he replied, a faint smile touching his lips. "I'm transcending, becoming something new. It's showing me things, teacher to student." The entity behind him shifted slightly, its impossible limbs moving with fluid grace despite their awkward proportions. It made no aggressive move, simply observing our interaction. "What happened to Brandon?" I asked, taking a cautious step down the slope toward the hollow. Vincent's smile faltered. "Brandon couldn't hear it properly. His mind rejected what it was trying to share. His body failed under the strain of new knowledge. It killed him," Ryan stated flatly, still crouched with his rifle at the ready. "No more than a surgeon kills when a patient rejects a transplant," Vincent countered. It tried to connect. Brandon fought. The connection broke him. I took another step forward. Vincent, you need medical attention. You're not thinking clearly. Let us take you back. Vincent laughed. A sound so unexpected and incongruous it froze me in place. Back to what? Artificial lights and processed food? Meaningless jobs and relationships? I've seen beyond that now. It's shown me the truth about our place in the world. The entity moved then, taking a single gliding step closer to Vincent. Its head lowered, bringing it nearer to Vincent's height, though still towering above him. The movement should have been threatening, yet somehow conveyed an almost protective quality. What is it? Mark asked, his voice filled with equal parts fear and wonder. Vincent cocked his head, as if listening to something we couldn't hear. After a moment, he spoke again. It has lived in these woods for longer than you could comprehend. It watched the first humans enter this forest. It watched others come and go. It observed, learned, evolved. Is it alien? Ryan ventured. Vincent shook his head. Not in the way you mean. Not from another planet. It's from here. Always been here. Just adjacent to our reality. Watching through a membrane between worlds that grows thinner in certain places. Like here. As if to emphasize his words, the mist around the entity swirled more vigorously, momentarily revealing more of its form. Its skin, if that was the right word, appeared neither fully solid nor liquid, shifting with subtle patterns that hurt my eyes to focus on. It's reaching out, Vincent continued. Trying to communicate, to teach, to share knowledge beyond what humans have discovered alone. By killing people? I challenged. It doesn't understand our fragility, Vincent replied. It's learning, adjusting. Brandon was a miscalculation. It didn't mean to break him. I took another step forward, now at the edge of the hollow proper. The entity's attention seemed to fix on me, though I still couldn't make out anything I would call eyes or a face in its elongated head. And what about you, Vincent? I asked softly. Are you a better calculation? His smile returned, wider now. I'm suitable, compatible. My mind stretches instead of breaking. It's shown me things no human has ever seen. Knowledge no university could teach. What kind of knowledge? I pressed, taking another careful step. Vincent's expression grew distant, almost rapturous. The true nature of reality. The layers beyond what we perceive. The connections between all living things. The memories stored in the very rocks and soil beneath our feet. The entity shifted again, one impossibly long arm extending slightly toward Vincent. I tensed, ready to raise my shotgun, but the movement appeared gentle, almost tender. It wants to share with you too, Vincent said suddenly, his gaze intense. All of you. It senses your potential. Especially you, he added, looking directly at me. Me? I stopped my advance, a chill running through me despite the warmth of my rain gear. Vincent nodded. It's been watching you since you first entered its territory. It sees something in you, a capacity to understand, to adapt, to transcend. The offer hung in the air between us, tempting and terrifying in equal measure. What knowledge might such a being possess? What truths about existence might it reveal? For a moment, I felt a pull toward the center of the hollow, toward Vincent and the entity behind him. Then Mark's voice cut through my thoughts, sharp and alarmed. Josh, look at his eyes! I focused more carefully on Vincent's face. In the beam of my flashlight, I could now see that his eyes had changed. The pupils had expanded until almost no iris remained, and within those black pools, something moved. Patterns similar to those I had glimpsed on the entity's skin, swirling and shifting in hypnotic complexity. It's already inside him, Ryan whispered. The realization broke whatever momentary spell had been cast over me. Vincent was not communicating with the entity. He was being controlled by it, used as a mouthpiece, a lure to draw us in. "Vincent," I said firmly, taking a deliberate step backward. "We're leaving now. You need to come with us." His expression hardened. "You still don't understand. I'm not a prisoner. I'm a student, an apprentice, the first of many, once others learn what it can teach." "Others?" Mark asked. Vincent's gaze shifted to him. "Why do you think it arranged for Brandon's body to be found? Why it allowed you to escape and tell your story? It's recruiting, calling those whose minds might be compatible." A terrible understanding dawned on me. The missing body, the cleared evidence, our inexplicable ability to find our way out when the forest had seemed determined to confuse us. It had all been deliberate. We hadn't escaped. We had been released to spread the word, to pique curiosity, to draw others back. "We need to go," I said to Ryan and Mark, backing further up the slope. "Now." Vincent's face contorted with sudden anger. "You would reject such a gift? The opportunity to evolve beyond human limitations?" The entity behind him straightened to its full height, its form seeming to expand as the mist swirled more violently around it. The gouges on the surrounding trees began to seep a dark, viscous substance that caught the light of our flashlights in oily rainbows. "Last chance, Vincent," I called. "Come with us now, or we're leaving without you." For a brief moment, something like doubt flickered across Vincent's face. A momentary return of his true self, perhaps fighting against whatever influence controlled him. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words emerged. Then his expression smoothed once more into that unnatural smile. "Go then. Tell others what you've seen. Some will fear, but some will come seeking. The curious, the dissatisfied. Those who sense there must be more to existence than what they've been taught." The entity moved with sudden, startling speed, its elongated limbs carrying it from behind Vincent to the edge of the hollow in a single flowing motion. It stopped perhaps 30 feet from us, its head tilted in that same curious angle. Ryan raised his rifle instinctively, and Mark's revolver came up as well. "Don't," I warned them. "Just back away slowly. It's not stopping us from leaving." We retreated step by careful step, weapons ready but not aiming directly at the entity. It made no move to pursue, simply watching our withdrawal with what felt like analytical interest. Vincent remained in the center of the hollow, still smiling his unsettling smile. "We'll meet again," he called as we reached the top of the rise. "When you're ready to learn." We backed away until trees obscured our view of the hollow, then turned and moved more quickly through the forest. None of us spoke, focusing entirely on putting distance between ourselves and what we had witnessed. To my surprise, our return journey proved remarkably straightforward. The forest that had seemed so maze-like on our entry now offered clear paths back toward the fire road. No obstacles blocked our way, no dense undergrowth forced detours. Even the rain had stopped, the clouds parting to reveal a night sky brilliant with stars. It was letting us go, just as Vincent had said, releasing us to tell our story, to spread word of its existence. We reached Ryan's Jeep without incident and piled in, soaked and exhausted. Ryan started the engine but made no move to drive, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. "What the hell do we do now?" he asked finally, his voice barely audible over the idling engine. I had no answer. We had failed to rescue Vincent, if rescue was even the right concept for what had happened to him. We had confirmed the existence of something beyond rational explanation, something intelligent and potentially dangerous. But what could we possibly do with that knowledge? We tell the truth, I decided finally. As much of it as we can without sounding completely insane. We warn people to stay out of that section of forest. "And if they don't listen?" Mark asked from the back seat. "If Vincent was right, and some people will be drawn to it specifically because of the danger?" I had no answer for that. The entity had recognized something in humanity, curiosity perhaps, or the eternal search for meaning beyond the mundane. It had found a way to call to that aspect of our nature, to use it as a lure. "We drive," I said eventually. "We get out of here, get some rest, and figure out the rest tomorrow." Ryan nodded, putting the Jeep in gear. As we pulled away from the parking area, I looked back at the wall of trees marking the forest's edge. For just a moment, I thought I saw a tall, thin figure standing at the tree line, one impossibly long arm raised as if in farewell. Then it was gone, and there was only darkness beyond the reach of our headlights. 1 month has passed since our failed attempt to rescue Vincent. The official search for him continues sporadically, though most have given up hope of finding him alive. The prevailing theory is that he wandered into the forest in a state of delirium and succumbed to exposure or wild animal attack. Brandon Ellis's body was never recovered, despite multiple extensive searches. I've been placed on extended administrative leave pending psychological evaluation. Ryan and Mark fare no better. Ryan has requested a transfer to another district, while Mark has submitted his resignation entirely, citing personal reasons. We've spoken little about what we witnessed in that hollow. The official report we filed mentioned finding Vincent in an altered mental state, communicating with an unidentified presence in the forest. Deliberately vague, carefully worded to avoid outright lies while obscuring the full bizarre truth. Even so, we've become objects of sidelong glances and whispered conversations at the ranger station. The Forest Service has officially closed that section of the San Juan National Forest, citing environmental concerns and unstable ground conditions. Warning signs have been posted at all access points, though I doubt they'll deter everyone. Some people are drawn to forbidden places precisely because they are forbidden. I've moved out of my cabin near the ranger station, unable to sleep with the forest so close. My new apartment in town offers some psychological distance, though my dreams remain haunted by elongated limbs and swirling patterns that hurt to look upon. Today I received a letter. No return address. The handwriting unfamiliar yet somehow recognizable. Inside, a single sheet of paper contained just a few lines. The hollow waits. Knowledge expands. Others have come. Others have stayed. The membrane thins. When you're ready to learn, it will welcome you back. Below these cryptic sentences, a crude drawing, the same repeating patterns we saw carved into the branches of that strange structure in the forest. And beneath that, a signature. Vincent. I should report this. Turn the letter over to the authorities as potential evidence in a missing person case. Instead, I find myself staring at those patterns, trying to decipher meaning from their alien geometry. Sometimes, when my focus blurs just right, I almost think I can see something moving within them, something pulling at me from behind a thin membrane of reality. 3 hikers have gone missing in the San Juan National Forest in the past month, despite the closure. All experienced outdoors people, all last seen heading toward the forbidden section. Search parties found no trace, though one reported hearing voices that didn't sound quite human, echoing through the trees at dusk. I've started researching similar incidents in other forests around the world. The patterns are there if you know what to look for. Unexplained disappearances, witnesses reporting encounters with impossibly tall, thin entities, strange structures of branches and personal items found in remote clearings. Native legends from every continent speak of liminal spaces where the boundary between worlds grows thin, where entities from adjacent realities can reach through. What happened to us in that forest wasn't unique. It was just one manifestation of something that has been occurring throughout human history. Contact between our world and whatever exists alongside it, separated by a membrane that occasionally grows permeable. I dream of the hollow almost nightly now. In these dreams, Vincent stands at its center, surrounded by others, the missing hikers perhaps, and others I don't recognize. Behind them all looms the entity, its form more defined in my dreaming mind than it ever was in reality. They beckon to me, offering knowledge, transformation, transcendence. Some nights I almost go to them. Ryan called yesterday, his voice tight with controlled panic. "I saw it in town," he said without preamble. "Standing outside my apartment building, just watching my window. Nobody else seemed to notice it." "Did it do anything?" I asked, my mouth dry with sudden fear. "No, just watched. Then it was gone between one blink and the next." He paused, breathing heavily. "It's not confined to the forest, Josh. It can reach us anywhere. I've started seeing things too, tall, thin shapes at the periphery of my vision, gone when I turn to look directly. Patterns in ordinary objects that momentarily shift into those same carved symbols from the hollow. Brief moments when the world seems to warp slightly, the membrane between realities stretching thin enough to glimpse what lies beyond." Mark hasn't answered his phone in 3 days. His neighbor reported seeing him walking toward the edge of town late Tuesday night, carrying nothing but wearing hiking boots, in the direction of the forest. I should be terrified. I should be running as far from Colorado as possible. Instead, I find myself drawn back toward that hollow, toward the entity that waits there, toward the knowledge Vincent described so rapturously. What truths might exist beyond the limited perception of human senses? What understanding might transcend our biological constraints? If the entity truly offers evolution rather than destruction, is that something to flee from or embrace? I find myself thinking of human history, how we've consistently feared the unknown, demonized the different, rejected new paradigms until forced to accept them. Could this be the next step in our development as a species? Contact with an intelligence so different from our own that it shatters our conceptual frameworks and rebuilds them into something greater? Or is that exactly what it wants me to think? A mimetic infection, a manipulative lure designed to draw prey willingly into its grasp? I don't know anymore. The boundary between reality and nightmare has grown as thin as the membrane Vincent described. Sometimes I wake unable to remember who or what I am, my identity dissolving into larger patterns of existence before resolving back into human form. I've written this account as a record, a warning, a confession. Perhaps someone will find it after I'm gone and understand what happened to us in those woods. Perhaps they'll recognize the signs in themselves if they ever encounter that hollow and what waits within it. Because I've made my decision. Tonight, I return to the forest. Not to rescue Vincent. I understand now that he doesn't need rescuing. Not to confront the entity. Confrontation implies opposition, and I no longer feel opposed to what it offers. I go to learn. To see what lies beyond the boundary I first glimpsed when my flashlight cut through the pine dark silence and I caught a glimpse of something that shouldn't have been out there at that hour. If you're reading this and feel drawn to follow, to seek out that hollow and what waits within it, ask yourself one question. Are you prepared to become something other than human? Because once that boundary is crossed, I suspect there is no crossing back. The hollow waits, knowledge expands, the membrane thins, and I am ready to learn. At 19 years old, I thought I knew what fear was. I was wrong. What happened to me and my family during our vacation in the remote wilderness of northern Maine in July 2023 changed everything I believed about the world and the things that lurk in the darkest corners of it. My name is irrelevant now. What matters is what I survived. I was traveling with my family, my mother, a nurse who had worked double shifts for months to afford this trip, my twin siblings, Blake and Maya, both 16 and inseparable, and my uncle Derek, my mother's younger brother who had been living with us since losing his left arm in a construction accident 2 years prior. The drive to our rental cabin took nearly 8 hours through increasingly desolate back roads. Blake and Maya had fallen asleep in the back seat hours earlier, their heads leaning against opposite windows. The silence in the car was heavy, broken only by the hum of tires on asphalt and the occasional crackle of static from the radio as we drove deeper into areas where cell towers were sparse. Uncle Derek sat in the passenger seat, his remaining hand drumming nervously against his thigh. He'd been different since the accident, quieter, more prone to staring into empty space. The doctors said phantom limb syndrome was normal, but I wondered if losing part of yourself changed more than just your body. "How much further?" my mother asked, her voice tight with exhaustion. Dark circles had formed under her eyes, and her knuckles were white against the steering wheel. "GPS says 47 minutes, I replied, though the device had been glitching for the past hour, sometimes showing us on roads that didn't exist, sometimes losing our location entirely. The landscape outside grew more forbidding with each mile. Towering pine trees pressed close to the narrow road, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy so thick that even in mid-afternoon, we needed headlights. Occasionally, we'd pass a mailbox or a dirt driveway disappearing into the woods, but no houses were visible from the road. "This place better be worth it," Uncle Derek muttered, flexing his remaining fingers. "Middle of nowhere doesn't begin to cover it." The cabin appeared suddenly as we rounded a sharp curve, sitting on a small clearing beside a lake that stretched beyond our vision into the gray distance. The building was older than the rental photos had suggested. Weathered cedar siding and a sagging front porch that creaked even in the absence of wind. A hand-painted sign near the driveway read, "Cedar Point Cabin, Esther 1987. Blake and Maya woke as we pulled into the gravel driveway, both rubbing their eyes and looking around with the disorientation of long sleep. "Are we there?" Maya asked, her voice thick with sleep. "Finally," my mother said, turning off the engine. The sudden silence felt oppressive after hours of road noise. Even the lake was unnaturally still, its surface like black glass reflecting the overcast sky. Uncle Derek climbed out first, fishing the keys from his pocket with his good hand. The front door was solid wood, painted forest green, but chipped and faded. As he struggled with the lock, I noticed deep scratches in the wood around the door frame, not from keys, but something else. Something with claws. "Mom, I'm going to take a walk," I said, needing to stretch my legs and escape the oppressive feeling that had settled over me since we'd arrived. "Don't go far," she replied, already helping Blake and Maya gather their bags. "And stay away from the water until we check how deep it is." I nodded and headed toward the tree line behind the cabin. The forest was dense with undergrowth that hadn't been cleared in years. Fallen logs lay across faint paths, and spider webs stretched between branches at head height. The air smelled of decay and damp earth, with an underlying odor I couldn't identify, something organic and unpleasant. 20 yards into the forest, I stopped. The trees here were enormous, some so wide I couldn't have wrapped my arms around them even with help. But it wasn't their size that made me pause. It was the damage. Deep gouges scored the bark of nearly every tree, starting about 7 feet from the ground and extending upward as far as I could see. They were too wide to be from any animal I knew, and too deep to be from tools. Some of the marks were fresh, with sap still bleeding from the wounds. Others were older, the wood blackened and infected looking. I approached one of the damaged trees, running my fingers along the gouges. They were smooth, as if something had carved them with surgical precision. The spacing suggested claws, but claws unlike anything I'd ever seen. Each mark was nearly as wide as my thumb, and they were arranged in sets of 4. The feeling started then, a creeping sensation that I was being watched. I turned slowly, scanning the forest around me. Nothing moved except for the gentle sway of branches in a breeze I couldn't feel. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger with each passing moment. I tried to rationalize it. We were tired from the long drive, and I was naturally anxious in unfamiliar places. The scratches on the trees had logical explanations, bears maybe, or some kind of equipment used by loggers. But even as I told myself these things, my heart rate increased and my palms grew damp with sweat. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, no small animals rustled through the underbrush. The only sound was my own breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. I backed away from the tree and began walking deeper into the forest, drawn by a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain. The path, if it could be called that, wound between massive tree trunks and over fallen logs slick with moss. The canopy above was so thick that very little light penetrated, creating a perpetual twilight even in the middle of the day. 30 yards from the cabin, I found something that made my blood freeze. A clearing, roughly circular, where nothing grew. The ground was bare earth, packed hard as concrete. In the center lay the remains of what might once have been a deer, but the bones were wrong, too large, arranged in patterns that defied nature. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to grab my family and leave this place immediately. Instead, I crept closer, drawn by the same terrible curiosity that makes people slow down to stare at car accidents. The bones were white, bleached clean by time and weather, but they weren't scattered randomly as they would be if predators had been at the carcass. They were arranged deliberately, almost ceremonially. The skull sat atop the rib cage, facing the forest. The leg bones formed a perfect square around the remains. Something had done this. Something intelligent. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on a root. As I fell, my hand landed on something soft and wet. I looked down to see a pile of what looked like shed skin, translucent and flexible. It was roughly the size of a garbage bag, but the texture was wrong. Too smooth, too uniform. The watching sensation intensified until it felt like physical pressure against my skull. I scrambled to my feet and ran, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs. Branches whipped at my face and arms, but I didn't slow down until I burst from the tree line into the clearing around the cabin. My family was on the porch, unloading the last of our supplies. My mother looked up as I approached, her expression immediately shifting to concern. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I wanted to tell her about the bones, the shed skin, the feeling of being watched. Instead, I forced a smile and shook my head. "Just tripped over a root. Forest is pretty dense back there." Uncle Derek was struggling to carry a cooler with his one good arm. I helped him get it inside, grateful for the distraction. The cabin's interior was rustic but clean. Knotty pine walls, a stone fireplace, and furniture that looked like it had been there since the 1980s. "This place has character," my mother said, but her voice lacked conviction. Even she seemed to sense something off about our surroundings. That evening, we made dinner on the propane stove and ate by the light of kerosene lamps. The cabin's electricity was unreliable, and the generator was too loud to run after dark. Blake and Maya seemed unaware of the tension that had settled over the rest of us, chattering about their plans for the next day. "Can we go swimming tomorrow?" Maya asked, pressing her face against the window that faced the lake. "We'll see," my mother replied. "Let's get a better look at the water in daylight." As darkness fell, the forest around us came alive with sounds. Not the normal sounds of wildlife, but something else. A rhythmic scratching that seemed to come from all directions at once. Uncle Derek noticed it too, his head tilting as he listened. "Probably just branches rubbing together in the wind," he said, but his voice was uncertain. The scratching continued for hours, sometimes fading to almost nothing, sometimes growing so loud it seemed to vibrate through the cabin walls. None of us slept well that first night. I lay in the bottom bunk, Blake had claimed the top, staring at the ceiling and listening to the sounds outside. Around 2 a.m, the scratching stopped. The silence that followed was even more unsettling than the noise had been. I must have finally drifted off, because I was awakened by the sound of the front door opening. I checked the clock, 3:17 a.m. Blake was snoring softly in the bunk above me, and Maya was curled up in the single bed across the room. I slipped out of bed and crept to the window. Uncle Derek was walking across the clearing toward the lake, his silhouette barely visible in the starlight, Without thinking, I pulled on my shoes and followed him outside. The night air was much colder than I'd expected, and my breath came out in visible puffs. The scratching sounds had been replaced by a different noise, a low, rhythmic groaning that seemed to come from the direction of the lake. I caught up with Uncle Derek about halfway to the water's edge. He was standing perfectly still, staring out at the lake's surface. Up close, I could see his face was pale and his eyes were wide with terror. "Derek?" I whispered. "What are you doing out here?" He turned toward me slowly, as if waking from a dream. I had to come out here. Something was calling me." We stood together by the water for nearly an hour, neither of us speaking. The groaning sounds continued, sometimes seeming to come from the lake itself, sometimes from the forest behind us. Uncle Derek's hand shook as he wiped sweat from his forehead, despite the cold. "We should go back inside," I finally said. The feeling of being watched had returned, stronger than ever. I could feel eyes on us from multiple directions, though I couldn't see anything in the darkness. Uncle Derek nodded, but as we turned to head back to the cabin, he suddenly broke into a run. I started to follow, but something slammed into my back with tremendous force, driving me face first into the ground. The impact knocked the wind from my lungs and filled my mouth with dirt and dead leaves. I tried to push myself up, but an enormous weight settled on my back, pinning me down. I could feel whatever was on top of me breathing, slow, deliberate breaths that stirred the hair on the back of my neck. The smell was overwhelming, rotting meat mixed with something chemical and sharp. Through the ringing in my ears, I heard screaming from the direction of the cabin. My family was standing on the porch, their faces illuminated by the yellow glow of the kerosene lamps. Even from this distance, I could see their terror. The weight on my back shifted, and I felt something rough and scaly brush against my neck. Then came the sound. A low rumble that I felt in my bones as much as I heard it. It was like the purring of a giant cat, but wrong in every way that mattered. Hot breath washed over my face as something leaned down close to my ear. I squeezed my eyes shut, certain I was about to die. Instead, I felt a sharp pain across my shoulder blades as claws raked through my shirt and into my skin. Then the weight was gone. I lay there for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds, not daring to move. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw a massive shape moving through the trees at the forest's edge. It was too dark to make out details, but I caught glimpses of yellow eyes reflecting the lamplight from the cabin. Uncle Derek reached me first, his face white with shock. Oh God," he kept repeating as he helped me to my feet. "Are you hurt? Can you walk?" I nodded, though my legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. Together we stumbled back to the cabin, where my mother was waiting with a first aid kit. The scratches on my back were deep enough to require cleaning and bandaging, but not serious enough for stitches. None of us slept for the rest of that night. We barricaded the doors and windows, pushing furniture against them until the cabin felt like a fortress. Uncle Derek sat by the front window with a kitchen knife, his hand trembling as he watched the tree line. "What was that thing?" Maya whispered, her voice barely audible. She and Blake huddled together on the couch, their faces pale in the lamplight. "I don't know," I replied, and it was the truth. Whatever had attacked me was unlike anything I'd ever seen or heard described. It was too large to be a bear, too intelligent to be a wild animal, and too real to be a figment of my imagination. The scratching sounds returned with the dawn, but now they were accompanied by other noises. Thuds against the cabin walls, the sound of something large moving through the underbrush, and occasionally a low growling that seemed to come from directly outside whichever window we were nearest. My mother tried to use her cell phone to call for help, but there was no signal. The landline was dead, and the cabin's radio picked up nothing but static. We were completely cut off from the outside world. "We need to leave," Uncle Derek said, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "Pack everything. We're getting out of here." But when we looked outside, we discovered that leaving wasn't an option. Our car sat in the driveway, but all four tires had been slashed. Long, deep cuts that went all the way through the rubber. The same claws that had marked the trees had made these cuts. "It doesn't want us to leave," Blake said, voicing what we were all thinking. The attacks continued throughout the day. Sometimes we'd hear scratching at the roof as if something enormous was walking across the shingles. Other times, shadows would pass by the windows, shapes too large and moving too deliberately to be anything natural. We rationed our food and water, not knowing how long we'd be trapped. The generator fuel was running low, and the kerosene lamps wouldn't last much longer. Soon, we'd be in complete darkness with whatever was outside. On the third day, Uncle Derek made a decision that probably saved our lives. He'd been studying the creature's patterns, timing its movements around the cabin. "It's always on the forest side," he said. "It doesn't go near the lake during daylight." He was right. Whatever was stalking us seemed to avoid the water, staying in the trees where it could remain hidden. If we could make it to the lake, we might be able to work our way around to one of the other cabins we'd seen when we arrived. We waited until midday, when the creature seemed to be least active. Uncle Derek went first, moving quickly but quietly toward the water's edge. One by one we followed, staying low and keeping to the most direct path possible. The lake was shallow near the shore, with a rocky bottom that made walking difficult. But we followed the shoreline for nearly 2 miles, staying in the water where our scent would be harder to track. Behind us we could hear crashing sounds from the forest, as if something large was moving parallel to our path. The first occupied cabin we reached belonged to an elderly couple from New Jersey. They took one look at our condition and immediately offered help. While the man called the police on his working phone, his wife tended to our cuts and exhaustion. The police arrived within an hour, but by then, whatever had been stalking us was gone. They found our cabin exactly as we'd left it, with all our belongings still inside. The car tires were slashed, just as we'd described, and there were indeed scratch marks on the trees. But they found no other evidence of the creature. No footprints, no hair samples, no clear explanation for what had happened to us. The official report listed the incident as possible bear encounter with property damage. I know what attacked us wasn't a bear. Bears don't arrange bones in patterns, don't slash car tires to prevent escape, and don't stalk families with the calculated intelligence we experienced. But I also know that some things are too far outside normal experience to be believed. We never returned to collect our belongings. 6 months later, I still have nightmares about yellow eyes watching from the forest. The scars on my back serve as a permanent reminder that there are things in this world that science hasn't cataloged, things that hunt in the deep places where humans rarely go. I'm sharing this story not to convince anyone of anything, but as a warning. If you ever find yourself in a remote area and feel like you're being watched, trust that instinct. If you see signs of something unusual, bones arranged in patterns, claw marks too large for any known animal, areas where wildlife seems to avoid, don't investigate. Leave immediately. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some places are better left unexplored. The creature in those woods is still out there, and I pray I never encounter it again. This account was written in January 2024, 6 months after the events described. The author's identity has been changed for privacy reasons. The location has been deliberately obscured to prevent others from seeking out the area described. The autumn of 2024 brought with it an unusual restlessness that I couldn't shake. At 26, I'd grown tired of the same old weekend routines that had defined my life for the past few years. My boyfriend Tony shared this sentiment, and we both yearned for something more adventurous than our typical Saturday afternoons spent browsing shops or watching movies. Living in the small town of Hartwell, Georgia, our options for excitement were limited, but the surrounding countryside offered endless possibilities for outdoor exploration. It was a crisp October morning when I decided to research hiking trails in our area. The leaves had begun their spectacular transformation, painting the landscape in brilliant shades of orange, red, and gold. Perfect hiking weather, I thought, as I scrolled through various outdoor websites and local forums. Most of the well-known trails were either too crowded or too tame for what we were seeking. We wanted something off the beaten path, somewhere we could truly disconnect from the world and immerse ourselves in nature. That's when I stumbled upon a mention of Morgan Road in an obscure hiking forum. The post was brief, almost dismissive. Morgan Road Trail, decent views, not for beginners, very rural. The lack of detailed information intrigued me. In our age of over-documentation, finding a trail with so little online presence felt like discovering a hidden treasure. I spent the next hour digging deeper, but information remained scarce. A few scattered references on county websites mentioned the area as undeveloped parkland, with warnings about uneven terrain and the absence of marked trails. The more I searched, the more curious I became. This seemed exactly like the kind of authentic, unspoiled hiking experience we were craving. The following day, I convinced Tony to drive out with me to scout the location. Morgan Road itself was a narrow, winding strip of weathered asphalt that seemed to lead nowhere important. We drove slowly, windows down, breathing in the crisp air that carried the earthy scent of decomposing leaves and damp soil. The road twisted through dense woods, past abandoned farmhouses and rusted mailboxes that stood like forgotten monuments to lives once lived. As we drove deeper into the rural area, civilization seemed to fade away. Cell phone towers disappeared from view, and the bars on our phones dwindled to nothing. The houses became fewer and farther between, until eventually we saw none at all. The forest pressed closer to the road, creating a tunnel of trees that filtered the sunlight into dancing patterns across our windshield. "This place gives me the creeps," Tony said, his hands gripping the steering wheel a little tighter than necessary. I understood what he meant. There was something about the isolation, the way the trees seemed to lean inward, that created an atmosphere of unease. But I was determined to find this trail. We drove for what felt like miles, before we spotted what appeared to be a small parking area carved out of the forest. It was nothing more than a dirt clearing, barely large enough for 3 or 4 cars, with a weathered wooden post that might have once held a sign. The post stood empty now, its purpose lost to time and weather. "This has to be it," I said, though I wasn't entirely certain. There was no official trail marker, no helpful signs pointing the way. Just a narrow path that disappeared into the thick woods beyond the parking area. We decided to do a quick reconnaissance mission that day, just to see if the trail was worth returning to with proper hiking gear. As soon as I stepped out of the car, I felt it. A strange sensation that something was fundamentally wrong with this place. The forest was too quiet. Even the usual sounds of birds and small animals seemed muted, as if the woods themselves were holding back. The air felt heavier here, thick with an oppressive quality that made each breath feel labored. I shook off the feeling, attributing it to the natural intimidation factor of being alone in such a remote location. After all, we were miles from the nearest house, completely cut off from cell service, surrounded by thousands of acres of untamed wilderness. The trail itself appeared well used, despite the lack of official recognition. The path was clearly defined, winding between massive oak and pine trees that towered overhead like ancient guardians. Fallen leaves carpeted the ground, creating a natural cushion that should have made our footsteps silent. Yet somehow, every step seemed to echo through the forest with unnatural clarity. We walked for perhaps 15 minutes before deciding to turn back. The trail continued deeper into the woods, promising more discoveries, but something about the place urged caution. As we made our way back to the car, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Not by curious wildlife, but by something else entirely. Tony felt it too, though neither of us spoke about it during the drive home. It wasn't until we were safely back in town, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of civilization, that we finally addressed the elephant in the room. "That place felt weird, didn't it?" Tony said as we pulled into our driveway. I nodded, relieved that he had felt it too. But the trail looked beautiful, and the exercise would be good for us. We agreed to give it another chance. Perhaps our initial unease was simply the result of being somewhere so remote and unfamiliar. We planned to return the following weekend, properly equipped for a real hike. Saturday morning arrived gray and overcast, with a dampness in the air that suggested rain might be coming. Tony suggested we postpone our hike, but I was eager to explore the Morgan Road Trail properly. I had spent the week researching the area's history, learning that the land had once been home to several small communities that had slowly died out as younger generations moved to larger cities. We packed our hiking gear carefully: water bottles, energy bars, a first aid kit, and a map of the general area that I had printed from a county website. The map was frustratingly vague, showing Morgan Road as a thin line surrounded by vast expanses of green marked simply as state forest land. The drive to the trailhead felt different this time. The same winding road, the same abandoned houses, but now everything seemed more ominous under the gray sky. The bare branches of the trees reached across the road like gnarled fingers, creating an archway of twisted limbs that blocked out what little sunlight managed to penetrate the cloud cover. When we arrived at the small parking area, we were surprised to find another car already there. A rust-stained pickup truck that looked like it hadn't been driven in years. Its tires were nearly flat and weeds had grown up around the wheels, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. "Should we be concerned about that?" Tony asked, gesturing toward the truck. I examined it more closely. The license plate was so faded and dirty that I couldn't make out the numbers. The windows were fogged with condensation and grime, making it impossible to see inside. Probably just someone who broke down and left it here, I reasoned, though the sight of the abandoned vehicle added another layer of unease to an already unsettling place. As we prepared our gear, I became acutely aware of the silence surrounding us. No bird songs, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, no distant sounds of traffic or human activity. The quiet was so complete, it felt almost oppressive, as if the forest were holding its breath in anticipation of something terrible. We began our hike with forced enthusiasm, determined to enjoy our outdoor adventure despite the ominous atmosphere. The trail was exactly as I remembered, well-defined but unofficial, winding through dense forest that seemed to grow thicker with each step we took away from the parking area. The path led us steadily upward, and I found myself breathing harder than expected. The air seemed thin, though we couldn't have gained more than a few hundred feet in elevation. My heart rate increased beyond what the mild exertion should have warranted, and I began to feel a persistent anxiety that I couldn't attribute to any rational cause. About 20 minutes into our hike, we encountered the first truly disturbing sight. Off to the left of the trail, barely visible through the trees, stood the remnants of what had once been a small building. The structure was mostly collapsed, with only a few walls still standing. Vines and undergrowth had claimed most of it, but enough remained to suggest it had been someone's home. "Want to check it out?" Tony asked, though his tone suggested he wasn't particularly eager to investigate. We pushed through the brush to get a closer look. The building had been abandoned for decades, possibly longer. The roof had caved in completely, and the floor was covered with rotting debris and fallen timbers. But what struck me most was the feeling of sadness that seemed to emanate from the ruins. A sense of lives interrupted, dreams abandoned. As we stood there examining the collapsed structure, I heard the first sound that broke the oppressive silence. A low creaking noise, like old wood straining under weight. We both froze, listening intently, but the sound didn't repeat. "Probably just the wind in the trees," Tony said, but his voice carried a note of uncertainty. We returned to the trail and continued our hike, but the discovery of the ruined building had shifted something in the atmosphere. The forest felt more hostile now, more actively unwelcoming. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every rustling leaf sounded more threatening. The trail curved and twisted through the trees, making it impossible to see more than 50 feet ahead at any point. This created a constant sense of anticipation, as if something might be waiting around the next bend. My imagination began to run wild, conjuring images of what we might encounter in this remote, forgotten place. As we climbed higher, we came across more evidence of the area's abandoned past. Stone foundations poked through the forest floor like broken teeth. Rusted pieces of farm equipment lay scattered among the trees, slowly being consumed by rust and vegetation. An old well, its wooden cover long since rotted away, gaped like a dark mouth in the earth. Each discovery added to the growing sense that we were walking through a graveyard of human ambition. This place had once been alive with activity. Families raising children, farmers working the land, communities building their futures. Now it was all returning to the wild, leaving behind only these melancholy reminders of what had been. The psychological effect was profound. I found myself thinking about the people who had once called this place home. What had driven them away? Economic hardship? Natural disaster? Or had there been something else? Something that made this beautiful place uninhabitable? We had been hiking for about an hour when we reached what appeared to be the halfway point of the trail. A small clearing opened up ahead of us, offering the first break in the dense canopy we had encountered. The gray sky stretched overhead, heavy with the promise of rain. In the center of the clearing stood a single massive oak tree, its trunk easily 6 feet in diameter. The tree was ancient, its gnarled branches reaching out in all directions like arthritic arms. Deep grooves in the bark suggested it had weathered countless storms, survived decades of drought and flood, outlasted all the human settlements that had once surrounded it. But there was something wrong with the tree. As we approached, I realized that many of its branches were dead, creating a stark contrast between the living wood and the brittle gray limbs that extended like skeletal fingers into the overcast sky. The ground around the tree was bare of grass or undergrowth, as if nothing could thrive in its shadow. Tony walked up to the massive trunk and placed his hand against the bark. "This thing must be 200 years old," he said, his voice filled with awe. I hung back, unable to shake the feeling that the tree was somehow malevolent. Dead branches creaked overhead despite the absence of any wind, creating an unsettling symphony of groans and squeaks. The sound seemed almost like whispers, as if the tree were trying to communicate some ancient warning. It was then that I first felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. The feeling of being observed wasn't subtle or gradual. It hit me like a physical blow, so intense that I actually staggered backward. Every instinct I possessed screamed that something was studying us from the darkness between the trees, something that harbored ill intent toward any human foolish enough to venture into its domain. I spun around, scanning the tree line that surrounded the clearing, but saw nothing. The forest stared back at me with hundreds of dark spaces between the trunks, any one of which could have concealed a threat. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I was certain Tony could hear it. "We need to go," I said, my voice coming out as barely more than a whisper. Tony was still examining the ancient oak, running his hands over the deep furrows in its bark. "What's wrong?" he asked without turning around. "Something's watching us." That got his attention. He turned to face me, and I saw my own fear reflected in his eyes. He had felt it too. We stood there for a moment, both of us scanning the forest around us, waiting for some sign of movement or sound that would reveal the source of our unease. But the woods remained perfectly still, perfectly silent, offering no explanation for the terror that was rapidly consuming both of us. The silence itself became threatening. In a healthy forest, there should have been dozens of small sounds. Birds calling to each other, squirrels chattering, insects buzzing, leaves rustling in the breeze. Here, there was nothing. It was as if every living creature had fled the area, leaving us alone with whatever malevolent presence called this place home. "Let's keep moving," Tony said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Maybe we'll feel better once we're away from this clearing." We resumed our hike, but the sensation of being watched only intensified. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced that something was following us just outside the range of vision. The trail seemed to stretch endlessly ahead, winding deeper into a forest that grew more hostile with each step. The dead leaves beneath our feet, which had provided a pleasant cushion during our earlier exploration, now seemed treacherous. Every step produced a sound that echoed through the woods with startling clarity, announcing our presence to whatever was out there. I tried walking more quietly, but the forest floor seemed designed to betray our movements. About 15 minutes past the clearing, we encountered something that made my blood freeze in my veins. Fresh tracks in the soft earth beside the trail, but not from any animal I could identify. The impressions were roughly circular, about the size of dinner plates, and pressed deep into the ground as if made by something extremely heavy. Tony knelt beside the tracks, studying them with the focused attention of someone trying to solve a puzzle. "These don't look like anything I've ever seen," he said. "Too big for a bear, wrong shape for a deer, and look how deep they are." The tracks followed the trail for about 20 feet before veering off into the dense woods to our left. Whatever had made them was traveling in the same direction we were, but had chosen to leave the path and move through the forest itself. The thought of something large and unknown paralleling our route sent waves of panic through my nervous system. We pressed on, but every few minutes we would find more evidence of the creature's presence. Broken branches at a height that suggested something much taller than a human had passed through. Deep scratch marks on tree trunks, too high and too widely spaced to have been made by any normal forest animal. And always, that overwhelming sense of being observed by hostile eyes. The trail began to descend after another quarter-mile, leading us into a small valley where the trees grew even thicker, and the shadows seemed to have weight and substance. The temperature dropped noticeably, and our breath began to form small clouds in the suddenly frigid air. It was in this valley that we heard the first sound. A low, rumbling noise, like a distant avalanche or an enormous animal breathing. It came from somewhere ahead of us, but the thick trees made it impossible to determine the exact source or distance. The sound lasted for perhaps 10 seconds before fading into the oppressive silence. We both froze, straining to hear any repetition of the noise, but it didn't come again. The silence that followed seemed even more ominous than the sound itself, as if the forest were holding back, waiting to see what we would do. "What the hell was that?" Tony whispered. I had no answer. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard, too deep and resonant to be human, too controlled and purposeful to be a natural phenomenon like rockfall or wind through the trees. It had sounded almost like breathing, but breathing on a scale that suggested something enormous. We stood there for several minutes, neither of us willing to admit that we were terrified, both of us hoping the other would suggest turning back. The trail continued downward into the valley, disappearing around a bend where the trees grew so thick they formed an almost solid wall of trunks and shadows. "Maybe we should head back," I finally said, trying to keep my voice steady. Tony nodded quickly, clearly relieved that I had voiced what we were both thinking. "Yeah, I think we've seen enough for today." But as we turned to retrace our steps, we heard it again. The same low rumbling, but this time it came from behind us, from the direction we had just traveled. Whatever was making the sound had moved, positioning itself between us and the way back to our car. The realization hit us both simultaneously. We were trapped. Panic threatened to overwhelm rational thought as we stood frozen in the middle of the trail, acutely aware that our escape route had been cut off. The rumbling sound from behind us had lasted longer this time, perhaps 15 seconds, and had carried a note of what could only be described as satisfaction, as if whatever was making it was pleased with our predicament. "We need to stay calm," Tony said, though his voice betrayed the fear he was trying to hide. "There has to be another way out of here." I pulled out the crude map we had brought, but it offered little help. The area was marked as a vast expanse of forest with no indication of alternate trails or roads. For all we knew, we could wander in these woods for days without finding civilization. The temperature continued to drop, and I realized that our light hiking clothes would offer little protection if we were forced to spend the night outdoors. The gray sky had grown darker, threatening rain that would make our situation even more dire. We decided to continue forward, hoping the trail would eventually loop back to the parking area or connect with another path. Moving felt better than standing still, and at least we were putting distance between ourselves and whatever was behind us. The descent into the valley continued for another 10 minutes before the trail leveled out. Here the forest floor was marshy and soft, with standing water in several places that forced us to pick our way carefully along the edges of the path. The air smelled of decay and stagnant water, adding another layer of unpleasantness to our already nightmarish situation. It was in this swampy section that we encountered the most disturbing evidence yet of the creature's presence. A tree had been completely uprooted and lay across our path, its massive root system exposed and dripping with dark soil. The oak had to have been at least 80 feet tall and several feet in diameter, far too large for any known animal to move. But moved it had been. The tree lay perpendicular to the trail, blocking our way forward. Deep gouges in the earth showed where something had gripped the trunk and literally torn it from the ground. The gouges were spaced wide apart, suggesting fingers or claws of enormous size. No animal did this, Tony said, his voice barely audible. Nothing in these woods is strong enough to uproot a tree this size. We climbed over the fallen giant, our hands coming away sticky with sap and covered in bark fragments. On the other side, we found more tracks in the soft mud, the same circular impressions we had seen before, but deeper here, as if the creature had paused to watch us struggle over the obstacle it had created. The psychological warfare was becoming apparent. Whatever was stalking us wanted us to know it was there, wanted us to understand that we were completely at its mercy. It could have attacked us at any point during our hike, but instead it chose to toy with us, to build our terror to unbearable levels before making its final move. We pressed on through the swampy valley, our feet squelching in the mud, our clothes becoming soaked with moisture from the overhanging branches. The trail remained clearly defined despite the challenging terrain, suggesting that whatever entity controlled this place wanted travelers to continue deeper into its domain. After what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, we began to climb out of the valley. The ground became firmer, the trees less dense, and I allowed myself to hope that we might find a way out of this nightmare. That hope was shattered when we crested the rise and found ourselves looking down at a sight that defied explanation. Spread out before us was what had once been a small town, or what remained of it. Perhaps 20 buildings in various stages of collapse dotted the landscape, connected by overgrown streets that were barely visible beneath decades of vegetation. But it was the way the town had been destroyed that filled me with terror. The buildings hadn't simply fallen to neglect and weather. They had been systematically demolished, torn apart by something with incredible strength and obvious malice. Roofs had been peeled off like can lids. Walls had been punched through, leaving gaping holes that revealed the dark interiors beyond. Cars sat crushed in driveways, flattened as if by enormous fists. "God help us," Tony whispered, and for the first time since this ordeal began, I heard genuine despair in his voice. We stood at the edge of this devastated community, trying to process what we were seeing. The destruction was decades old. Vegetation had grown through the wreckage and rust had claimed most of the metal surfaces. But the violence of the demolition was still clearly evident. This place had been attacked by something that harbored pure hatred for human habitation. Every building showed signs of rage-fueled destruction, as if the attacker had taken personal offense at the very existence of civilization in its territory. From somewhere within the ruined town came a new sound, a rhythmic scraping, like massive claws dragging across stone. The sound moved from building to building, getting closer to our position with each repetition. "Run," I said, the word coming out as barely more than a breath. "Run," Tony agreed, and we turned and fled back the way we had come. Our retreat was a panicked sprint through terrain that seemed designed to slow us down. The marshy valley that had been merely unpleasant during our careful advance became a hellish obstacle course as we raced through it with abandon. We splashed through standing water, stumbled over hidden roots, and tore our clothes on thorny underbrush. Behind us, the scraping sound grew louder, accompanied now by what could only be described as footsteps, massive impacts that shook the ground beneath our feet. Whatever was pursuing us was no longer content to remain hidden. It was coming, and it was coming fast. We reached the fallen tree and scrambled over it with desperate haste, not caring about the cuts and scratches we received from the splintered bark. The sounds of pursuit echoed through the forest behind us, but we didn't dare look back. The uphill climb that had seemed so manageable during our descent now felt like scaling a mountain. Our legs burned with exertion, our lungs screamed for air, but the terror of what was behind us drove us forward. Somehow, miraculously, we reached the ancient oak in the clearing. From there, it was a straight shot to the parking area, but we were both exhausted, and our pace had slowed considerably. It was then that we heard the most terrifying sound of all: silence. Our pursuer had stopped chasing us. We could no longer hear the massive footsteps or the scraping claws. The forest had returned to its unnatural quiet, but somehow this was worse than being actively pursued. At least when we could hear it, we knew where it was. We covered the final stretch to the parking area in a state of constant terror, expecting at any moment to feel enormous claws tear into our backs. But we reached our car unmolested and threw ourselves inside, locking the doors as if that would provide any real protection. Tony's hands shook so violently he could barely get the key into the ignition, but eventually the engine roared to life. We drove away from that place faster than was safe on the winding road, neither of us speaking until we were well clear of the forest. It wasn't until we were back in town, surrounded by the comfortable familiarity of civilization, that we finally began to process what had happened to us. "We're never going back there," Tony said as we sat in our driveway, both of us still trembling from the experience. I nodded emphatically. Never. But even as I made that promise, I knew it wasn't true. Something about that place had gotten into my head, had planted a seed of obsession that would grow in the days to come. I was terrified of Morgan Road and whatever called it home, but I was also inexplicably drawn to it. The encounter had changed something fundamental about my relationship with the natural world. I had always found comfort in forests and wilderness areas, but now I understood that not all wild places were benign. Some harbored things that predated human civilization, things that viewed our very existence as an intrusion to be violently corrected. Over the following weeks, I found myself researching the history of the area obsessively. I scoured old newspaper archives, property records, and historical documents, looking for any explanation for what we had encountered. What I found only deepened the mystery and increased my obsession with returning to solve it. The weeks following our terrifying experience on Morgan Road were marked by sleepless nights and an obsession that consumed my every waking moment. I had always been a rational person, someone who believed in logical explanations for seemingly inexplicable events. But what we had encountered in those woods defied every attempt at rational analysis. Tony had the opposite reaction. He wanted to forget the entire experience, to pretend it had never happened. He refused to discuss what we had seen and heard, changing the subject whenever I brought it up. When I showed him the research I had been conducting, he walked away without looking at the documents I had spread across our kitchen table. "Let it go," he said repeatedly. "We got out alive. That's all that matters." But I couldn't let it go. The memory of that place haunted me, filling my mind with questions that demanded answers. What had we encountered in those woods? What had destroyed the abandoned town so violently? And why did I feel such an overwhelming compulsion to return? My research had yielded disturbing results. The area around Morgan Road had a long history of unexplained disappearances and strange encounters dating back to the early 1800s. Settlers had reported attacks by an unknown creature, entire families had vanished without a trace, and even the Cherokee who had originally inhabited the region had considered the area cursed. The pattern was consistent across 2 centuries. People would venture into the woods and either never return or come back telling stories of an enormous, malevolent presence that seemed to guard the forest against human intrusion. Most of these accounts had been dismissed as folklore or the result of encounters with bears or other large wildlife. But the consistency of the descriptions suggested something more. I found old newspaper clippings describing the evacuation of several small communities in the area during the 1930s. The official explanation was economic hardship caused by the Great Depression, but witness accounts spoke of something else entirely. Families fleeing in the middle of the night, buildings found demolished for no apparent reason, and a pervasive fear that had gripped the entire region. One particularly disturbing account came from a survivor interviewed by a local newspaper in 1938. An elderly woman named Dorothy Winters described the final days of the community that would later be known simply as the Ghost Town. It started with the sounds, she had told the reporter. Terrible sounds in the night, like nothing you ever heard. Then things started getting torn up. Barns, houses, anything people had built. We all knew what was doing it, but nobody wanted to say it out loud. There's something in those woods that doesn't want people around, and it's strong enough to enforce its will. The interview had ended with a chilling warning. Don't go looking for that place. Some things are better left alone. Despite these warnings, or perhaps because of them, my desire to return to Morgan Road only grew stronger. I told myself I needed closure, that I needed to understand what we had encountered. But deep down, I knew it was something more primal than curiosity that was driving me back to that cursed place. Tony's resistance to any discussion of returning created tension in our relationship. He could see the effect the place was having on me, the way it was consuming my thoughts and affecting my sleep. He tried to be supportive, but his fear of that place was absolute. "You're obsessing over this," he said during one of our increasingly frequent arguments about the subject. "It's not healthy. Whatever was out there, we escaped from it. Why can't you just be grateful for that?" But gratitude wasn't what I felt. I felt incomplete, as if I had left part of myself in those dark woods. The experience had opened a door in my mind that I couldn't close, revealing aspects of reality that I had never imagined existed. 3 weeks after our first encounter, I made a decision that would prove to be the most foolish of my life. I was going back to Morgan Road, with or without Tony. "You're making a mistake," he said when I told him of my plans. "A potentially fatal mistake." "I need to know what's out there," I replied. "I need to understand what we saw." To my surprise, after a long night of discussion and argument, Tony agreed to come with me. Not because he shared my obsession, but because he was terrified of what might happen if I went alone. "If we're going to do this," he said, "we do it right. We bring proper equipment, we stick together, and at the first sign of trouble, we leave immediately." We spent the next few days preparing for our return trip. We purchased a GPS device, extra flashlights, a first aid kit, and a camping knife that Tony insisted on carrying despite my protests that it would be useless against whatever we had encountered. I also convinced Tony that we should document our experience this time. I brought a digital camera and planned to take photographs of anything unusual we encountered. If something happened to us, at least there would be evidence of what we had found. The night before our planned return, I experienced the most vivid and terrifying dream of my life. I was standing in the clearing with the ancient oak, but this time I wasn't alone. Something massive moved in the shadows between the trees, circling me with deliberate menace. I couldn't see it clearly, but I could feel its hatred like a physical force, pressing against me from all sides. In the dream, the dead branches of the oak began to move, reaching down toward me with gnarled fingers. The rumbling sound we had heard in the forest grew louder, resolving into something that might have been words in a language older than human civilization. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat, with Tony shaking me awake. It took several minutes for me to convince myself that I was safe in our bedroom, that the nightmare hadn't been real. "This is a sign," Tony said. "Your subconscious is trying to tell you not to go back there." But I was beyond listening to reason. The dream had only intensified my need to return, to confront whatever was waiting for us in those woods. I was convinced that the entity was calling to me, drawing me back for some purpose I couldn't yet understand. The following morning dawned gray and overcast, with a light drizzle that created perfect conditions for our return journey. The weather seemed to mirror my mood, dark, uncertain, but charged with potential. As we drove toward Morgan Road for the second time, I felt none of the casual excitement that had characterized our first trip. This time, we both knew what we were walking into. The question wasn't whether we would encounter the presence again, but whether we would survive the meeting. The abandoned pickup truck was still there when we arrived, exactly as we had left it 3 weeks earlier. If anything, it looked even more derelict, with additional rust stains marking its deteriorating body and more weeds growing up around its sagging tires. The sight of it served as a tangible reminder that others had come to this place and never left. We sat in our car for several minutes, both of us gathering the courage to step out into that oppressive atmosphere once again. The forest around the parking area seemed different this time, more watchful, more actively hostile. Even through the closed windows of our vehicle, I could feel the weight of unseen eyes studying our every movement. "Last chance to change your mind," Tony said, his hand resting on the gear shifter. I was tempted. Every rational part of my mind screamed at me to tell him to drive away, to forget about this cursed place and never return. But the obsession that had consumed me for the past 3 weeks was stronger than my fear. "We came here for answers," I said. "We're not leaving without them." We gathered our equipment and stepped out into the thick, humid air. The silence that greeted us was even more complete than I remembered. Not just the absence of sound, but something that seemed to actively suppress noise. Our footsteps on the gravel seemed muffled, as if the very atmosphere were absorbing the sound waves before they could travel more than a few feet. The trail beckoned us forward, disappearing into the shadows between the trees, just as it had 3 weeks ago. But this time I noticed details that had escaped my attention during our first visit. The trees closest to the parking area bore scars, deep gouges in the bark that suggested massive claws had marked them as territorial boundaries. We began our hike with grim determination, both of us acutely aware that we were walking into extreme danger. The path was exactly as we remembered it, but our perception of it had been forever altered by our previous experience. What had once seemed like a pleasant forest trail now felt like a gauntlet, each step taking us deeper into the domain of something that wanted us dead. The first disturbing discovery came within 10 minutes of starting our hike. Fresh tracks in the soft earth beside the trail. The same circular impressions we had seen before, but these were recent. Whatever had made them had passed this way within the last day or two, long after our previous visit. "It knows we're coming back," Tony whispered, and I knew he was right. The entity had been waiting for our return, patrolling the area in anticipation of our arrival. The thought that it had been expecting us filled me with a terror so profound that I almost turned around and fled immediately. But I forced myself to continue forward, driven by the obsession that had brought me back to this place despite every rational argument against it. I needed to see the creature that had been haunting my dreams for 3 weeks. I needed to look into the face of whatever ancient evil called these woods home. We pressed on through the forest, our senses hyper-alert for any sign of the presence we knew was out there. Every shadow could have concealed a threat. Every rustling leaf might have announced our stalker's approach. The psychological pressure was enormous, like walking through a minefield where any step could trigger an explosion. As we approached the clearing with the ancient oak, we heard it for the first time, the sound that would haunt me for the rest of my life. It started as a distant wailing, like wind through a canyon or the cry of some enormous bird. But as we listened, the sound resolved into something far more disturbing. It was a vocalization, but not from any creature that belonged in the natural world. The tone was too deep, too resonant, and it carried emotions that no animal should have been capable of expressing. Rage, hatred, and underneath it all, a kind of hungry anticipation that suggested the creature was looking forward to what was about to happen. "We need to go back," Tony said, grabbing my arm. Right now. But I shook him off, compelled to move forward despite every instinct screaming at me to flee. The sound had confirmed what I had suspected for weeks. We were dealing with something that possessed intelligence. Something that was actively malevolent rather than simply defensive. The clearing opened up before us, and there was the massive oak tree, its dead branches reaching toward the gray sky like the arms of a skeleton. But this time, we weren't alone in the clearing. Something massive moved in the shadows at the far edge of the open space, just beyond the range of clear vision. I caught glimpses of it, a hint of enormous size, a suggestion of movement too fluid and purposeful to be natural. But every time I tried to focus on it directly, it seemed to fade back into the darkness between the trees. The creature was toying with us, allowing us to see just enough to know it was there while denying us a clear view of what we were facing. The psychological effect was devastating. My imagination filled in the details that my eyes couldn't capture, creating images far more terrifying than reality could possibly be. The wailing sound came again, closer this time, and I realized it was coming from directly above us. Something enormous was moving through the canopy overhead, traveling from tree to tree with impossible agility for something of its apparent size. Branches creaked and swayed as it passed, and I caught brief glimpses of a dark shape against the gray sky. Whatever it was following us, paralleling our movement while remaining just out of sight. "Oh God," Tony breathed. "It's hunting us." The realization hit both of us simultaneously. This wasn't a chance encounter or a territorial display. The creature had been waiting for our return, and now it was actively stalking us through its domain. We weren't visitors in its territory. We were prey. The hunting behavior of the creature became unmistakably clear as we stood frozen in the clearing. Above us, massive branches continued to sway as something of incredible size moved through the canopy with predatory grace. The dead limbs of the ancient oak creaked ominously, as if the tree itself were warning us of the danger descending from above. I raised my camera, desperate to capture some evidence of what we were facing, but my hands were shaking so violently that I couldn't hold it steady. Through the viewfinder, I caught fractured glimpses of something dark and massive moving between the leaves, but every shot came out blurred and indistinct. The wailing sound erupted again, so close this time that it seemed to come from directly overhead. The volume was overwhelming, a subsonic roar that I felt in my bones as much as heard with my ears. The sound waves seemed to compress the air around us, making it difficult to breathe. Tony grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the trail that led deeper into the forest. "We can't stay here in the open," he shouted over the creature's vocalizations. "It has too much advantage in the clearing." We ran toward the tree line, but as we reached the edge of the forest, the creature's hunting cry changed. The wailing became higher in pitch, more urgent, and I realized with growing horror that it was calling to something else. There was more than one of them. An answering call came from the direction we had traveled, cutting off our retreat to the parking area. A third vocalization echoed from the forest ahead, blocking our advance. We were surrounded. "The ruins," I gasped, pointing toward the trail that led to the destroyed town we had discovered during our first visit. "Maybe we can find shelter there." It was a desperate plan, but it was the only option left to us. We plunged into the woods, following the narrow trail as the hunting calls of multiple creatures echoed through the forest around us. The sound was coordinated, purposeful, like a pack of wolves communicating during a hunt. But these weren't wolves. The sheer volume and depth of the vocalizations suggested creatures of enormous size, and their intelligence was evident in the way they were herding us toward whatever trap they had prepared. The trail descended into the marshy valley, and I found myself grateful for the terrain we had cursed during our first visit. The soft ground and standing water would slow down anything pursuing us on foot, giving us a slight advantage despite our smaller size. But as we splashed through the marsh, I realized that the creatures weren't following us on the ground. The hunting calls continued to come from above, and I could see the canopy swaying as massive forms moved through the treetops with unnatural speed. They were herding us like sheep, driving us toward a destination of their choosing while maintaining their position above our heads. Every time we tried to deviate from the main trail, a bone-chilling roar would erupt from the forest in our intended direction, forcing us back onto the path. We reached the fallen tree that had blocked our way during the first visit, but this time it had been moved. The massive oak now lay parallel to the trail rather than across it, creating a natural corridor that funneled us toward the ruined town ahead. "They're directing us," Tony panted as we ran past the relocated tree. "This is all planned." The realization that we were being driven toward a specific destination filled me with despair. Whatever intelligence controlled these creatures had been preparing for our return, laying traps, and ensuring that we would end up exactly where it wanted us. As we climbed out of the valley, the destroyed town came into view once again. But this time, I noticed something that had escaped my attention during our panicked retreat weeks earlier. The destruction wasn't random. It followed a pattern that created clear sightlines from the forest to the center of the town. The creatures had demolished the buildings in such a way that nothing could approach the heart of the settlement without being observed from multiple vantage points in the surrounding woods. It was a killing ground, carefully designed to eliminate any humans who might venture into their territory. We reached the edge of the town and paused, both of us recognizing the tactical disadvantage of entering the open space. But the hunting calls behind us were getting closer, and we could hear the sound of massive bodies crashing through the underbrush. "The church," Tony said, pointing to a stone building near the center of town that appeared to be the only structure with its roof still intact. "If we can reach it, we might be able to defend ourselves." We sprinted across the overgrown streets, dodging through the ruins of houses and businesses that had once sheltered families and supported a thriving community. The destruction was even more horrific when viewed up close. Walls had been torn apart by claws the size of swords, roofs had been peeled off and hurled aside like paper, and the twisted remains of vehicles lay scattered throughout the area like broken toys. Behind us, the forest erupted with sound as our pursuers emerged from the tree line. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear multiple massive forms crashing through the ruins, their hunting calls now replaced by sounds of pure rage and bloodlust. We reached the church and threw ourselves against the heavy wooden doors, expecting them to be locked or barred. But they swung open easily, as if someone had prepared for our arrival. We tumbled inside and slammed the doors shut behind us, throwing the heavy iron bar that secured them from the inside. The interior of the church was a scene of desecration that defied description. The pews had been torn from their mountings and hurled against the walls. The altar had been smashed to pieces, and what remained of the stained glass windows cast broken rainbows across the debris-strewn floor. But it was the walls that truly revealed the nature of what we were facing. Deep gouges scarred every surface, creating patterns that might have been a language, or simply the mindless destruction of something driven by pure hatred for human civilization. Outside, the hunting calls had stopped. An ominous silence settled over the ruined town, broken only by the sound of our labored breathing and the thundering of our hearts. Whatever was out there was no longer announcing its presence. It was preparing for the final assault. Through the broken windows, I could see massive shadows moving between the ruins. They were surrounding the church, cutting off any possibility of escape. We were trapped in exactly the position they had intended, and now they were taking their time, savoring our terror before moving in for the kill. "This is it," Tony whispered. "This is where we die." I wanted to contradict him, to offer some hope of escape or rescue, but I knew he was right. We had walked into a carefully laid trap, and now we were going to pay the ultimate price for our curiosity about things that should have been left alone. The attack, when it came, would be swift and merciless. But first, they wanted us to understand the full scope of our helplessness, to experience the complete terror of facing something far beyond human comprehension. The silence stretched on, becoming more oppressive with each passing second, until I thought I might scream just to break the tension. And then, finally, we saw them. They emerged from the ruins around the church like nightmares made flesh, and for the first time we saw our tormentors clearly. They were enormous, at least 12 feet tall when upright, but they moved with a hunched predatory gait that brought their massive shoulders closer to the ground. Their bodies were covered in coarse, dark fur that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, making them appear as walking shadows against the gray afternoon sky. But it was their faces that filled me with the most profound terror I had ever experienced. They possessed a grotesque intelligence, with eyes that burned with malevolent purpose, and features that seemed almost human in their arrangement, but utterly alien in their proportions. These weren't simple beasts defending their territory. They were something far worse, creatures that understood exactly what they were doing and took pleasure in human suffering. 3 of them surrounded the church, moving with coordinated precision that spoke of countless previous hunts. They communicated with each other through low growls and snarls that carried meaning beyond simple animal vocalizations. This was a language, crude but effective, developed by minds that had spent decades or perhaps centuries perfecting the art of terrorizing and destroying human settlements. The largest of the 3 approached the front doors of the church and tested them with a gentle push that nevertheless sent vibrations through the entire structure. The heavy wooden barrier that had seemed so protective moments before now felt as substantial as tissue paper against something with the strength to uproot full-grown trees. Through the broken windows, I could see the other 2 creatures taking positions at the side and rear of the building, cutting off any possible escape routes. They were in no hurry. They had all the time in the world to conduct their methodical execution of the 2 humans foolish enough to invade their domain. The alpha creature, for that's clearly what the largest one was, began to speak. The words were in no language I had ever heard, harsh and guttural, but somehow I understood their meaning. It was taunting us, explaining in excruciating detail what they intended to do to us, how they would make our deaths last for hours, how they would ensure that our final moments would be filled with unimaginable agony. Tony was hyperventilating beside me, his face pale and his hands shaking uncontrollably. "This can't be real," he kept whispering. "This can't be happening." But it was real, more real than anything I had ever experienced. The creatures outside weren't figments of imagination or misidentified wildlife. They were living manifestations of primal evil, beings that existed for no purpose other than to inflict suffering on anything that dared to enter their realm. The Alpha began to test the doors more aggressively, each impact sending shock waves through the building and causing ancient mortar to rain down from the stone walls. I realized that the iron bar securing the entrance wouldn't hold for more than a few minutes against something with that much strength and determination. It was then that I noticed something that offered a glimmer of hope. In the far corner of the church, partially hidden behind the destroyed altar, was what appeared to be a narrow staircase leading downward. It might have been access to a basement or crypt. Either way, it could provide temporary shelter while we tried to find another way out. "There," I whispered to Tony, pointing toward the stairs. "We need to get down there before they break through." We crawled across the debris-strewn floor, trying to stay below the sightlines of the broken windows. Outside, the Alpha creature had been joined by one of its companions, and they were now working together to batter down the doors. Each impact was stronger than the last, and I could hear the wood beginning to splinter. The staircase was narrow and steep, carved directly into the stone foundation of the church. We descended into complete darkness, using our flashlights to illuminate the way ahead. The basement was small and cramped, clearly intended for storage rather than habitation, but it offered something the church above did not: multiple exits. Ancient storm doors at the far end of the basement led to an outside stairwell that emerged behind the church, hopefully beyond the immediate sight of our attackers. It was a desperate chance, but it was the only opportunity we were likely to get. Above us, the sound of splintering wood announced that the creatures had succeeded in breaking through the main doors. Heavy footsteps shook the floor overhead as they entered the church, and we could hear them moving around, searching for their prey. When they discovered we were no longer in the main sanctuary, their roars of rage were so loud they seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. They knew we had found another way out, and they were furious at being denied their anticipated entertainment. Tony and I worked frantically to open the storm doors, but years of neglect had rusted the hinges solid. We threw our combined weight against them, and finally, with a screech of protesting metal, they gave way. We emerged into the gray afternoon light behind the church and found ourselves in an overgrown cemetery that stretched for several acres behind the building. Ancient headstones tilted at crazy angles among the weeds and undergrowth, marking the graves of people who had lived and died in this doomed community decades ago. The forest loomed beyond the cemetery, and we could see movement among the trees as more creatures emerged to join the hunt. We were outnumbered and outmatched, but we had one advantage. We knew these woods, having traveled through them twice before. We ran between the tilting headstones, using them as cover while we tried to reach the tree line. Behind us, the creatures burst from the church with roars of rage that echoed across the ruined town like thunder. They had been denied their planned execution, and their fury was absolute. But their anger made them careless. Instead of coordinating their pursuit, they scattered in different directions, each one determined to be the first to recapture their escaped prey. This gave us the opportunity we needed to reach the forest before they could organize an effective response. We plunged into the woods, no longer following any trail but simply running in what we hoped was the direction of our car. Branches tore at our clothes and faces, and roots tried to trip us with every step, but we pressed on, driven by the certain knowledge that stopping meant death. Behind us, the hunting calls resumed as the creatures attempted to coordinate their pursuit through the dense forest. But the undergrowth that slowed us down proved even more challenging for beings of their enormous size, and gradually the sounds of pursuit began to fade. We ran for what felt like hours, crashing through the forest without any clear sense of direction, until finally we burst from the tree line and found ourselves on Morgan Road, less than a quarter mile from the parking area where our car waited. We had never been so grateful to see our vehicle as we were in that moment. We threw ourselves inside and Tony gunned the engine, spinning the tires as we accelerated away from that cursed place as fast as the winding road would allow. It wasn't until we were back in town, surrounded by the lights and sounds of civilization, that we finally allowed ourselves to believe we had escaped. We sat in our driveway for a long time, neither of us speaking, both of us trying to process what we had experienced. "No one will believe us," Tony finally said. He was right. The photographs I had taken were all blurred and indistinct, offering no proof of what we had encountered. Our testimony would be dismissed as hallucination or hoax, and the creatures would continue to guard their territory in secret, waiting for the next group of unwary hikers to venture into their domain. But we knew the truth. We had seen the face of something that existed beyond the boundaries of the natural world. Something that had claimed those woods as its own, and would defend them with lethal force against any human intrusion. 2 months have passed since our final encounter on Morgan Road, and we have kept our promise never to return. But the experience has changed us both in fundamental ways. We can no longer enjoy hiking in remote areas, can no longer feel comfortable in the deep woods, because we know what might be waiting in the shadows between the trees. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear those hunting calls in my dreams. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear them carried on the air from the direction of Morgan Road, reminding me that some places in this world are not meant for human visitation. The creatures are still out there, still waiting, still guarding their ancient territory against intrusion. And God help anyone foolish enough to ignore the warnings and venture into their domain, because they will find no mercy in those dark woods where civilization goes to die. The abandoned pickup truck is probably still sitting in that parking area, slowly rusting away like a monument to human curiosity and the terrible price it sometimes demands. It serves as a warning to anyone wise enough to heed it. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some trails are better left unexplored. Morgan Road remains on the maps, but as far as I'm concerned, it leads nowhere anyone should ever want to go. The forest seemed to swallow sound itself as I ventured deeper along the barely visible trail. My backpack, stuffed with 3 days' worth of supplies, pressed heavily against my shoulders. I'd been planning this solo hiking trip through the northern Wisconsin wilderness for months, mapping a route through one of the most isolated sections of the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest. April wasn't peak hiking season, which was precisely why I chose it. The mosquitoes hadn't emerged in full force, the summer crowds were still months away, and the crisp spring air carried that perfect blend of pine and earth. The weather forecast promised 3 days of clear skies, ideal conditions for photographing wildlife and stargazing. I'd left my itinerary with the park ranger, a weathered man in his 50s named Johnson. He'd raised an eyebrow when I mentioned my destination. Wendigo Ridge? Not many folks head up there, he said, studying my permit application. Nothing wrong with it, just keep to the marked trails. I assured him I would, though his concern seemed excessive. I'd been backcountry hiking for over a decade. By mid-afternoon, I reached the small clearing where I planned to make camp. The location was perfect. A natural depression sheltered by towering pines, with a small stream gurgling nearby. I set up my tent, gathered firewood, and prepared dinner well before sunset. As darkness fell, I sat beside my small campfire, reviewing photographs on my camera. That's when I first noticed the silence. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but a complete absence of sound. No insects chirping, no rustling leaves, no distant owl calls. Just the occasional crack of my fire. Must be the weather changing, I mumbled to myself, though the sky remained clear. I was about to turn in when my fire flickered oddly, as if disturbed by a sudden gust. But there was no wind. The flames bent sideways, all in the same direction, pointing toward a particularly dense section of trees beyond my clearing. Standing, I shone my flashlight into the darkness. Nothing moved. Yet something felt wrong. The beam of light seemed to penetrate less deeply than it should have, as if the darkness there was somehow thicker. I took a step toward the tree line, then stopped when something caught my eye. A reflection, perhaps. 2 pinpricks of light, about 6 feet off the ground, separated just like eyes. I blinked, and they vanished. Convincing myself it was just my imagination, I retreated to my tent. Inside my sleeping bag, I continued to listen. The forest remained unnaturally silent until, around midnight, a sound finally broke through, a distant cracking of branches that seemed to circle my campsite, methodically moving from west to east, then north to south. Whatever was out there kept its distance, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I dozed fitfully until dawn, when birdsong finally returned to the forest. In the morning light, everything seemed normal again, almost. Because when I stepped outside my tent, I found my carefully gathered firewood pile had been scattered. Each piece arranged in a perfect straight line pointing directly northeast. Animals, I told myself firmly. Probably raccoons. But raccoons don't arrange things in geometric patterns. I made breakfast quickly, packed up, and continued deeper into the wilderness, telling myself that leaving now would be an overreaction. The second night's campsite was still my goal, a scenic overlook I'd read about online, described as offering spectacular views of the valley below. As I hiked, the sense of being followed grew stronger. Twice I spun around suddenly, certain I'd catch someone or something trailing me. Both times I saw nothing but empty trail behind me. At midday, I paused beside a small, unnamed lake to refill my water bottles. The surface was mirror still, reflecting the surrounding pines with perfect clarity. I bent down, submerging my filter bottle, and froze. In the reflection, something stood behind me. A tall, gaunt figure partially hidden by trees. I couldn't make out details, but it didn't move like a hiker. I whirled around, heart pounding, but saw only forest, empty and still. I looked back at the water. The reflection showed nothing unusual now. With trembling hands, I finished filling my bottles and continued hiking, my pace considerably faster than before. By late afternoon, I reached the ridge overlook. Under different circumstances, I would have appreciated the breathtaking vista, miles of unbroken forest stretching to the horizon, painted in the golden light of the setting sun. Instead, I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, jumping at every snapped twig. I set up camp in record time, choosing a spot with clear sight lines in all directions. As I worked, I noticed something unusual about some of the trees bordering my campsite. Strange markings carved into the bark. Fresh markings. Moving closer, I examined the symbols. They weren't trailblazes or forestry marks. The patterns resembled crude stick figures, each with distorted limbs and elongated heads. 8 trees bore these markings, forming a rough circle around my camp. My initial thought was vandalism, other hikers defacing the forest, but the remoteness of the location made that unlikely. According to my map, the nearest designated trail was miles away. Not important, I said aloud, trying to calm myself. Just focus on dinner and getting some rest. But I couldn't ignore the markings, nor could I shake the growing certainty that they hadn't been there when I first arrived. I took photos of each one, then turned my camera to capture the sunset over the valley. When I reviewed the images later, I noticed something disturbing. In 3 consecutive landscape photos, a dark figure stood at the edge of the frame, partially obscured by trees. In each image, it appeared slightly closer. I frantically scanned the tree line, but saw nothing. That night, I didn't bother with a fire. Instead, I retreated to my tent early, securing all my food in a bear canister well away from camp. Sleep seemed impossible as the forest once again fell into that unnatural silence. Around midnight, the footsteps began. They circled my tent slowly, methodically. Heavy footfalls on soft earth, deliberate, unhurried. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, flashlight clutched in one white-knuckled hand, knife in the other. The steps completed a full circle, then stopped directly in front of my tent flap. Silence. Then a scratching sound as something traced patterns across the nylon. I managed to take one photo through the tent fabric, the flash illuminating a hunched silhouette outside. When I checked the image, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the camera, I saw what appeared to be a tall, emaciated human figure. But the proportions were wrong, arms too long, head oddly shaped. Fighting panic, I called out, "I know someone's there. I'm armed." The scratching stopped instantly. After several minutes of silence, I cautiously unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. The clearing was empty, but the ground revealed a trail of footprints circling my tent, not hiking boots, but bare feet with elongated toes that dug deeply into the soil. They led away into the forest, heading northeast. I didn't sleep that night. Morning brought no relief. The footprints remained, but now I discovered something else. 3 small animal carcasses placed in a triangle around my tent. Rabbits, freshly killed, their necks broken at unnatural angles. Within minutes, I had packed my gear, my hands fumbling with zippers and straps. This was no longer about finishing a planned route. I needed to get back to civilization. I abandoned my original return path and decided to head directly west, where my map showed a Forest Service road about 7 miles distant. If I pushed hard, I could reach it by nightfall. But as I hiked, I realized with growing dread that landmarks weren't matching my map. Ridges appeared where valleys should be. Streams flowed in impossible directions. By midday, I was forced to admit a terrifying truth. I was lost. My GPS device showed coordinates that made no sense, jumping erratically each time I checked. My compass spun uselessly, the needle rotating in slow circles rather than pointing north. That's when I found the first doll. Hanging from a low branch directly in my path, a crude figure made from twigs and animal sinew, wrapped in what looked like human hair. Gray hair, the same color as mine. I stood motionless before the hanging doll, its twisted limbs gently swaying though there was no breeze. The craftsmanship was primitive but deliberate, each stick bound with precise wrappings of sinew, the facial features carved with surprising detail. The gray hairs, so similar to my own, had been meticulously woven into the structure. As I stared, a realization formed. Whoever made this knew exactly who I was, and had been watching me long before I entered these woods. I backed away, then turned to find another path, and froze. Identical dolls hung from branches in every direction, forming a perfect circle around me. Each one constructed with the same careful attention, each bearing those unmistakable gray hairs. My breathing quickened as I forced myself to think logically. This was clearly human work. Elaborate, yes, but human. Someone was trying to scare me. Perhaps locals who resented outsiders in their forest, or a disturbed individual living off-grid. I chose a direction and pushed forward, ducking under the hanging effigies. The forest grew denser, the trees pressing closer together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked most of the afternoon sunlight. After an hour of hiking, I stumbled upon a small natural clearing and stopped short. In the center stood a crude structure, a shelter of sorts, built from interwoven branches and covered with pine boughs. At its entrance lay a pile of bones, mostly small animals, but among them, unmistakably, the elongated bones of human fingers. My instinct screamed to run, but exhaustion and disorientation kept me rooted. I needed to document this. With shaking hands, I photographed the shelter and bones, then cautiously approached the entrance. The interior was dark, but my flashlight revealed a space large enough for someone to lie down, lined with dried grasses and, my stomach lurched, scraps of what appeared to be hiking clothes. Different colors, different materials, all torn into strips. Among the debris lay a driver's license. I picked it up, wiping dirt from its surface. The photo showed a smiling young man named Robert Kelly, age 28, from Minneapolis. The issue date was 3 years ago. "Robert," I called out weakly, knowing there would be no answer. Further investigation revealed a backpack buried partially under the bedding materials. The top flap bore a patch from the University of Minnesota Hiking Club. Inside, I found a journal, the last entry dated 5 months ago. Day 4. Something's following me. Keeps just out of sight. Rangers didn't mention any other hikers in this section. Found strange markings on trees around my camp this morning. Moving faster tomorrow, trying to reach the eastern trailhead. There was no Day 5 entry. I photographed the journal, then carefully replaced everything exactly as I'd found it. Whatever happened to Robert Kelly, I had no intention of meeting the same fate. As I backed away from the shelter, my boot struck something hard. Looking down, I discovered a small camera, an older model GoPro, caked with dirt but seemingly intact. I brushed it off and pressed the power button, surprised when it actually turned on, revealing a low but workable battery level. With trembling fingers, I accessed the recorded videos. Most were typical hiking footage, panoramic views, trail conditions, wildlife. But the final video, recorded at night, started with Robert's panicked face illuminated by firelight. "It's been outside my camp for 2 hours now," he whispered. "I can hear it breathing." The camera panned shakily around a campsite similar to ones I'd made. It keeps mimicking sounds. First bird calls, then my voice. It called out my name using my own voice. The recording continued for another minute of Robert's increasingly frightened breathing before he suddenly stiffened. "There," he whispered, pointing the camera toward the darkness beyond his fire. For several seconds, the footage showed only darkness. Then, at the very edge of the firelight's reach, 2 reflective eyes appeared, set in a face that seemed almost human, but wrong. The proportions were distorted, the features stretched. The figure stood unnaturally still, half hidden by a tree. Robert's breathing quickened. "What do you want?" he called out, his voice breaking. The figure didn't move, but a voice answered, Robert's voice perfectly mimicked. What do you want?" The camera shook violently as Robert scrambled to his feet. The footage blurred with motion, then steadied as he apparently began running through the forest. His breathing came in ragged gasps as branches whipped past the lens. After 30 seconds of desperate flight, Robert stopped suddenly. The camera froze on a scene that made my blood freeze, a circle of hanging dolls, identical to those I'd encountered, illuminated by his headlamp. "No, no, no," Robert repeated, turning in a complete circle to reveal dolls in every direction. The final 10 seconds of footage showed Robert backing away from something approaching from the darkness. The camera caught only glimpses. Unnaturally long limbs, pale skin stretched too tight over protruding bones. Then a hand, human in shape but wrong in proportion, reached toward the lens. The video ended. I stood paralyzed, the dead man's camera clutched in my shaking hand. Whatever had happened to Robert Kelly was now happening to me. And judging by the abandoned shelter, it had likely happened to others before him. As daylight began to fade, I made a desperate decision. I would not make camp again. I would hike through the night, following any downward slope, hoping to reach some road or trail by morning. But as I shouldered my pack and turned to leave the clearing, I realized I was no longer alone. At the edge of the trees, partially hidden by shadows, stood a figure watching me. Tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. And it was smiling. I ran. All thought of direction, strategy, or survival gear abandoned, I simply ran. Crashing through underbrush, leaping over fallen logs, my only goal to put distance between myself and that smiling figure. My headlamp bounced wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect as I fled. Branches clawed at my face and arms, but I barely felt the scratches. Pure adrenaline carried me forward. After what seemed like hours, but was likely only minutes, I collapsed against a massive oak, lungs burning, legs trembling. I dropped Robert's camera somewhere in my panicked flight. In the sudden stillness, I strained to hear any sound of pursuit. Nothing. Just my own ragged breathing and thundering heartbeat. When I finally caught my breath, I assessed my situation. My backpack remained secure, though my water bottle had fallen from its side pocket. The headlamp still functioned. My phone showed no service, not surprising in these remote woods, but could still serve as a secondary light source and camera. Most importantly, I still had my map and compass, though the latter continued to behave erratically, the needle now spinning lazily in continuous circles. I tried to calm myself with logic. What I'd seen, what Robert had captured on video, must have a rational explanation. Perhaps a severely malnourished person living in the wilderness, driven to madness by isolation. The elaborate scare tactics suggested someone with extensive knowledge of the forest and considerable time to prepare. Not a supernatural creature, not a skinwalker from Navajo legends that I'd read about online. Those were myths. This was something human, no matter how disturbing its appearance. I switched off my headlamp to preserve battery and let my eyes adjust to the darkness. A 3/4 moon provided enough light to make out basic shapes. I needed to move, quietly now, with purpose rather than panic. Water flowed downhill, and downhill eventually led to civilization. I identified what appeared to be a game trail leading downward and began following it, moving as silently as possible. The forest had once again fallen into that unnatural quiet. No insects chirping, no nocturnal animals rustling in the underbrush. After about 20 minutes of careful progress, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound behind me. Footsteps matching my pace exactly, stopping when I stopped, moving when I moved. I didn't turn around. Instead, I gradually increased my speed, listening as the follower did the same. Then came the whistling, a tuneless melody that seemed to float between the trees. It circled around me, sometimes sounding from ahead, sometimes from behind, though I never saw anyone. The moonlight created twisted shadows among the trees, each resembling a tall, gaunt figure. More than once I gasped and changed direction to avoid what turned out to be merely darkness playing tricks. Then I heard my name. Not called out, but whispered. so close it could have been spoken directly into my ear. I whirled around, flashlight beam cutting through darkness, illuminating nothing but empty forest. The whisper came again, from a different direction, still using my name. Then another whisper, another direction. Soon, multiple voices whispered simultaneously from all around me, creating a disorienting chorus of my own name. I broke into a run again, abandoning stealth for speed. The whispers followed, growing louder, more insistent. I crashed through a dense thicket and stumbled into a small clearing, where I encountered a sight that stopped me cold. A perfect circle of stones surrounded a pile of fresh-looking camping gear, a tent, sleeping bag, cooking equipment. Next to them sat a backpack nearly identical to my own, though a different color. Heart pounding, I approached the abandoned camp. The tent door gaped open, revealing an empty interior. A half-eaten meal sat beside a small camp stove, the food still moist. Whoever had been here had left suddenly, and recently. I called out hesitantly, "Hello? Is anyone here?" My voice echoed back from the surrounding trees, then transformed into that same whispered chorus of my name, growing louder until it seemed to press against me from all sides. I frantically searched the abandoned gear for identification, finding a wallet containing a driver's license belonging to Michael Brandt, 42, from Chicago. The license was current. "Michael?" I called, louder this time. The whispers stopped instantly. Complete silence descended, more terrifying than the voices had been. That's when I noticed the drag marks, a clear trail leading from the campsite into the woods, as if something heavy had been pulled away. The churned earth was dark with what looked horribly like blood. My hands shaking, I took photographs of the camp and the drag marks. If I survived, the authorities would need evidence. I searched the campsite for anything useful, finding a flare gun with 3 cartridges in Michael's pack. I pocketed them gratefully, then followed the drag marks to the edge of the clearing. The trail continued into the darkness beneath the trees, occasionally marked by dark stains. Every instinct warned against following, but I had to know. For Michael, for Robert, for myself. Holding my breath, I crept along the grisly path for about 50 yards, until it ended at the base of a massive pine. I slowly raised my light to illuminate what hung from the lower branches. Michael's hiking clothes, torn, empty, arranged like a grotesque scarecrow. Each piece had been carefully positioned to form the shape of a man suspended 6 feet above the ground. Below this macabre display lay a pile of gnawed bones. I staggered backward, fighting the urge to vomit. As I turned to flee, my light caught movement at the edge of its beam. A figure stood watching, the same emaciated silhouette I'd seen earlier, but closer now. Close enough to make out details I wished I hadn't seen. Its skin was stretched too tight across its face, giving it a skull-like appearance. Its eyes reflected my light like an animal's. But most disturbing was its mouth, locked in that same unnatural smile, stretching literally from ear to ear. It tilted its head as it studied me, moving with the jerky quality of stop-motion animation. Then, with horrifying speed, it dropped to all fours and began scuttling toward me like some nightmarish spider. I fired a flare directly at it, momentarily illuminating the forest in harsh red light. The creature shrieked, a sound no human throat could produce, and recoiled from the burning magnesium. I didn't wait to see more. I ran again, no longer caring about direction, only escape. Behind me, that inhuman shrieking transformed, becoming a perfect imitation of my own terrified voice. Dawn found me huddled in the hollow of a lightning-struck tree, shivering despite the warming air. I had run until my legs gave out, then crawled until I found this meager shelter. My water was gone, my energy depleted, my hope diminishing with each passing hour. The morning light revealed scratches covering my arms and face, my clothes torn and filthy. My pack remained, though lighter now. I'd abandoned non-essential items during my flight. 2 flares remained in my pocket, along with Michael's driver's license and my increasingly useless phone. I forced myself to eat a protein bar, knowing I needed strength. As I chewed mechanically, I reviewed what I knew. At least 2 other hikers had encountered the same entity, Robert Kelly 5 months ago, Michael Brandt very recently. Neither had escaped. The creature demonstrated intelligence, patience, and hunting skills beyond normal predators. It could mimic voices perfectly and seemed to enjoy psychological torment before physically attacking. Most importantly, it feared fire. The flare had driven it back. I checked my supplies. My lighter remained, along with a small bottle of hand sanitizer, high in alcohol content, potentially flammable. If I could reach a clearing, perhaps I could signal for help with my remaining flares. The forest appeared different in daylight. Less menacing, more navigable. Birds had returned, their songs filling the air with normal woodland sounds. If not for my exhaustion and injuries, I could almost believe the night's horrors had been hallucinations. Almost. Rising painfully to my feet, I studied the sun's position. East. If I headed west consistently, I should eventually reach the Forest Service road marked on my map. I began walking, moving as quickly as my battered body allowed. By midday, the forest opened into a wide meadow filled with spring wildflowers. The sight was so unexpectedly beautiful that I stopped, momentarily forgetting my fear. Across the expanse of waving grass, I spotted what appeared to be a structure, a small cabin or outbuilding nestled against the far tree line. Hope surged within me. Civilization. Safety. I started across the meadow, pushing through knee-high grass, focusing entirely on that distant shelter. Halfway across, I noticed the silence had returned. Birds no longer sang. Wind no longer rustled the grass. Even my footsteps seemed muted, as if absorbed by some invisible barrier. I stopped, suddenly aware of movement in the grass around me. Subtle disturbances creating ripples like something swimming just beneath the surface. The ripples circled my position, gradually tightening. The cabin suddenly seemed much farther away, the meadow stretching impossibly before me. I broke into a stumbling run, watching in horror as the grass parted ahead of something moving rapidly to intercept me. I veered left, then right, trying to evade the unseen pursuer. The grass whipped against my legs as I ran, seeming to clutch at me, slowing my progress. The circling ripples converged, cutting off escape routes one by one. When I finally broke free of the meadow, stumbling into the clearing surrounding the cabin, I realized my mistake. The structure was no cabin. It was a trapper's shed, long abandoned, its roof partially collapsed, its single window gaping empty like an eye socket. But it was shelter. Walls. Protection at my back. I crashed through the rotting door, slamming it behind me, searching frantically for anything to barricade it. The interior was disappointingly empty. A single room with an old wood stove, a broken chair, and piles of moldering burlap sacks. Spider webs draped from ceiling beams, and the earthen floor bore the tracks of small animals. I dragged the wood stove against the door, knowing it provided only the illusion of security. The window remained undefended, and the weathered walls featured gaps wide enough to see through. Through one such gap, I watched the meadow. The strange rippling had stopped. The grass stood motionless in the windless afternoon. Nothing moved. Until it did. The creature emerged from the forest edge exactly where I had entered the meadow. In daylight, its appearance was even more disturbing. Impossibly thin limbs connected to a torso that bent at unnatural angles. Its skin, stretched taut over visible bones, had the pallor of something that avoided sunlight. It moved with that same jerky gait, stopping occasionally to lower its face to the ground, seemingly tracking my scent. Each time it rose, that grotesque smile remained fixed, revealing too many teeth. I ducked away from the gap as it looked toward the shed. My breathing sounded thunderous in the small space, and I pressed my hand over my mouth to quiet it. A scratching sound from the roof sent splinters of rotted wood drifting down. Something moved across the ceiling, testing its strength. I pressed myself against the wall, clutching my remaining flares. The scratching circled the roof, then stopped directly overhead. Dust and debris showered down as something pressed against the weakened structure. I raised my eyes to see a hand, pale and elongated, break through, fingers splaying wide as they reached downward. I scrambled away, but in the confined space, there was nowhere to go. Another hand broke through beside the first, then another section of roof gave way. I aimed my flare gun upward, prepared to fire, when a different sound froze me in place. Voices. Human voices, calling from the direction of the meadow. "Hello? Anyone out there? Forest Service?" The creature's hands withdrew instantly. Through the wall gap, I watched it drop from the roof and scuttle with shocking speed back into the forest, vanishing among the trees. I wanted to cry out, to alert the searchers, but fear kept me silent. What if it was another trick? The thing had mimicked voices before. But as I peered through the gap, I saw them. 3 uniformed figures entering the meadow, equipped with radios and official gear. "Hello?" I finally screamed, my voice breaking. "Help! I'm in the shed!" The figures turned toward my voice, and I saw the distinctive hats of forest rangers. Relief overwhelmed me, sending me to my knees as they approached cautiously. "Are you all right?" called the lead ranger, a woman in her 40s. "Are you injured?" "Be careful," I warned, pointing toward where the creature had disappeared. "There's something in the forest. It killed at least 2 hikers, maybe more." The rangers exchanged glances as they reached the shed, one of them speaking quietly into a radio. The female ranger helped me to my feet, her expression concerned as she took in my battered appearance. "We've been searching for you since yesterday," she explained. "Another hiker reported strange noises and possible distress calls. You're lucky we found you." "There's evidence," I insisted, fumbling for my phone. "Photos, and Michael Brandt's campsite. There's drag marks, blood, and Robert Kelly's shelter, with the bones." The rangers helped me outside, one offering water while another performed basic first aid on my visible wounds. The female ranger, her name tag read Anderson, listened patiently to my fragmented account. "We know about Robert Kelly," she said finally. "His remains were found 2 months ago, about 8 miles northeast of here. Animal predation, according to the coroner." "And Michael Brandt?" I asked desperately. She shook her head. "No reports of a missing hiker by that name. But these woods are extensive. If there's evidence of foul play, we'll investigate." I showed them the photos on my phone. The strange dolls, the shelter, Michael's abandoned camp, the drag marks. They studied them carefully, their expressions transitioning from skepticism to concern. "We need to get you to medical care," Ranger Anderson decided. "Then we'll send a team to these coordinates to investigate." As they helped me toward their vehicle, I glanced back at the forest edge. For just a moment, I thought I saw movement, that distinctive jerky motion among the shadows. But when I blinked, nothing was there. The rangers guided me into their truck, radioing ahead to arrange medical assistance. As we drove away down a narrow service road I hadn't found in my wanderings, Ranger Anderson asked me to describe again what I'd seen stalking me. I tried, fumbling for words that could convey the wrongness of the creature, its impossible movements, its mimicry abilities. She nodded slowly. "You're not the first," she said quietly. "Every few years we get reports. Most dismiss them as wilderness hallucinations, stress reactions. But you don't," I said, recognizing something in her expression. "Let's just say I've worked these forests for 23 years. There are things in the deep woods that don't match any known species, things that hunt differently." She fell silent as we emerged from the forest onto a paved road, civilization gradually appearing as we descended toward the nearest town. I turned for one last look at the receding tree line, and a chill coursed through me. At the forest edge, Just visible in the fading light, stood a familiar silhouette. Even at this distance, I could make out that stretched, unnatural smile. It raised one elongated hand in what almost seemed like a farewell gesture. Then, with that same jerky motion, it retreated into the darkness between the trees, back to wait for the next unwary hiker to venture into its territory. The county hospital treated me for dehydration, multiple lacerations, and what the attending physician diplomatically termed acute stress reaction. The scratches on my arms required antibiotics. Infection had already set in, turning the skin around each wound an angry red. Ranger Anderson remained with me through the initial examination, then left to coordinate the investigation team heading to Michael Brandt's abandoned campsite. Before departing, she requested copies of all my photos and a detailed statement. "I'll come back tomorrow," she promised. "Try to rest." Rest proved impossible. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw that stretched smile, those two long limbs, heard my name whispered in my own voice. The hospital staff eventually administered a mild sedative to help me sleep. Morning brought a police detective rather than Ranger Anderson. Detective Morales, a serious man with tired eyes, recorded my statement with professional detachment, asking occasional clarifying questions, but showing no reaction to the more disturbing elements of my account. When I finished, he nodded and closed his notebook. "We've confirmed Michael Brandt was reported missing 3 days ago when he failed to return from a scheduled hiking trip," he said. "His vehicle was found at the Whispering Pines trailhead. Rangers located what appears to be his campsite based on your photos." "And the evidence? The drag marks? The clothes hanging from the tree?" Morales hesitated. "We found disturbances consistent with your description. The forensics team is analyzing samples now." "You don't believe me?" I said flatly. "I believe you experienced something traumatic," he replied carefully. "Whether that matches your exact recollection is what we're investigating." After he left, a hospital psychiatrist visited, asking questions that danced around the issue of hallucinations, without directly suggesting I'd imagined the entire ordeal. I showed her my phone photos, which she examined with professional interest. "These certainly corroborate elements of your account," she acknowledged. "But extreme stress can cause the mind to create explanations for frightening or inexplicable situations." "You think I invented a monster rather than accept I was being stalked by a human predator?" I asked. She smiled gently. "The human mind is remarkably adaptive. Sometimes creating a supernatural threat is easier to process than acknowledging human evil." I was discharged the following day with prescriptions for antibiotics and sleep aids. Ranger Anderson arrived as I was completing paperwork, her expression grave. "I need to show you something," she said, guiding me to a quiet corner of the waiting area. She produced a manila folder containing photographs, official crime scene images from Michael Brandt's campsite investigation. "These aren't for public record," she warned, spreading several photos on the table. The images confirmed my account: the circular stone arrangement, the abandoned gear, the drag marks leading into the forest. But the final photo showed something I hadn't seen: a symbol carved deep into the trunk of the tree where I'd found Michael's clothes hanging. "Recognize this?" Anderson asked. The carving depicted a stylized, elongated figure with disproportionately long limbs and an oversized head. Around it, smaller symbols formed a circular pattern. "It matches the dolls I found," I whispered. Anderson nodded. "These markings have been documented in at least 7 similar cases over the past 30 years, always in the same section of forest, always associated with missing hikers. You've known about this thing all this time?" She sighed heavily. "What we know is that something happens to people in that area." "What exactly?" "That's complicated." "Complicated? People are dying." "The official investigation focuses on potential human involvement," she continued, ignoring my outburst. "Serial predator theories, ritualistic killings, that sort of thing. But unofficially..." She hesitated. glancing around to ensure we weren't overheard. The local tribal council has declared that section of forest restricted territory for generations. They have stories about it, old stories about something that was neither human nor animal that learned to hunt by mimicry. They call it Wendigo territory. Wendigo, I repeated, remembering the name of the ridge where my ordeal began. Like the creature from Algonquian folklore? Similar, but not exactly. The stories describe it as something that was once human, but transformed through isolation and forbidden practices. Something that learned to mimic its prey before consuming them. She gathered the photos, returning them to her folder. "The investigation continues," she said formally. "But I thought you deserved to know you're not the first to report these experiences, and that some of us take them seriously." 2 weeks later, I received an official notification that the investigation into Michael Brandt's disappearance remained open but inactive due to insufficient evidence. Robert Kelly's case had been officially classified as accidental death resulting from exposure and animal predation. My photographs, statement, and the physical evidence I'd helped locate were all noted in the file, then effectively dismissed as the products of wilderness disorientation and trauma. Life gradually returned to normal. The scratches healed, though several left permanent scars. Sleep remained difficult, but improved with time. I moved forward, trying to forget. Until the package arrived. No return address, no note inside. Just a padded envelope containing a single item. A small twig doll with gray hairs woven into its structure. That night, I woke to a familiar sound. My name, whispered in my own voice, coming from just outside my bedroom window. When I finally gathered the courage to look, I saw nothing but shadows. But as I turned away, one shadow moved differently than it should have. With that distinctive, jerky motion I remembered all too well. And even through the glass I could hear it breathing.